Hello, everyone. My name is Tristan Naylor. You may also know me as TVGM Tristan. I am the owner and creator of the group called the Gaming Meme Cord, also short for GMC, not the car brand, just so people don't get that confused. If you're not aware of what's happened, the group that I created officially came to an end on January 27th of this year. The Gaming Meme Cord was a group with my friends, people that I didn't know but still became close or had a strong bond with, and some I still do. Some I'm not really too sure of even to this day right now. Even though the group had a lot of good things happening, like positively doing activity stuff wise, and just all coming together and having and making the best memories. A lot of negative stuff did go on in this group, especially when it came with others, not liking each other, not enjoying personalities, or just going at each other's throats, or sometimes even targeting, and it's been kind of bad. There were like a lot of drama situations going on in this group, and even after trying to solve and trying to find ways to help people and understand what's going on, it still somewhat came back negative towards me, or how some people came off at me negatively about it. And as much as it did kind of hurt, and then having to put my feelings and emotions to the side for the sake of others and not really taking care of my emotions and how I feel, or getting to fully express myself until I did before the day the group came to an end. I'm going to be addressing all about that. So I'm going to be addressing why the group came to an end, what caused the group to come to an end, and just my experience. I'm going to be listing off some different topics as well. Even though I've had some good memories with my friends in this group and doing a lot for them, creating stuff for them, doing activities, hosting activities, and then just trying to get everyone together as a community and trying to help others the way I can, even if they're going through personal things that I can also relate to, or even when I've tried to help people and things seem to be good afterwards. It seems like it just goes on a cycle, and this has been a thing that's been going on for 3 years, and honestly it was that time to pull the plug. Even though some others were upset about it, some had mixed feelings, others weren't okay with it, and then one of them knew this was bound to happen. So as much as it still upsets me on how it had to end, I've basically just been moving on and then just trying to take care of myself and do my important needs outside of YouTube, because I'm still in high school and I'm still trying to get through it all and then go through college stuff and whatnot, and then just basically trying to get my life together in general, personally, outside of YouTube. Even though I still do it, it's just I know I haven't really uploaded in a while. I mean, I have done a stream. More videos will be coming soon when I get the chance, but I just thought I'd just talk and express myself about how I feel about all this, and then explain to what all happened and what went wrong. So I'm gonna go through, like I said, each topic. I'm gonna be going over how the group started and the growth of the group. Then I'm gonna talk about the group chat and the servers. Then I'm gonna talk about the EXE content. If you're not aware, me and Juno had an idea. Well, Juno started it all with the EXE series, and then it was going to be an EXE family. It's going to be a full compilation type movie of all the EXE series, just the full EXE series, bound in one with skits, gameplay, and whatnot. And I've had some creative ideas. He's had his ideas and done cool editing. I've had my ideas, and then we tried to work together on it, and then try to see how much we can get through, because I had my recordings for the his ending, and then for the EXE family, and then doing my gameplay and POV, but it kind of just fell apart while the group was falling apart at the time and people were going through personal things. So that series is now officially ended. So yeah, and I had the whole story. I made a whole Google Doc script for it, but now I just decided to delete it. I just, deleted it because now it was just pointless, even after working on that for 2 years now. And trying to make sure, because you have to go through a lot of changes when some people in the group were going through things personally, taking their anger out at others, one of them leaving and come back, and then just it being like a whole controversial, and then some people being very one-sided on stuff to the point where it's like it's just been all up to me to like try to fix things. Seems like that hasn't worked out no matter how much I've tried, but I'm gonna get more into that in later. Then another topics I'm going to talk about is, of course, the drama, the issues, the situations. Then I'm going to talk about how people in the group have felt about all the drama and like the group discussions of the drama. Then I'm going to like talk about like control and behavior issues, the division between others, plus favoritism, which is an important thing I got to talk about. And then we're going to get into the ending of the group, my experience of being a GMC leader and creator for 3 years. Then I'm going to talk about my pros and cons. And then I'm going to talk about, you know, just my final conclusions of all this. And then for like each topic I'm talking about, I'm going to go into like details in each section for it, what it all leads to. And some of the topics I might talk about here are going to tie into just going to like tie into it, each other topic. Also, before I talk about any of this, I just want to let y'all know and just be advised, like some personal things I will not address drama, so some personal things I won't list, or that's not really it's just not for me to list because it doesn't really feel as if important, or it's just too personal. And then some personal things I might address that's happened in the group. Now, even if you might get an idea, if you've watched the gaming meme cord, even if you might get an idea of who did what to one another or who said what to one another, etc. or whatnot, I advise you keep it to yourself. And because like I just want this, just so we're clear to address in this video, this like discussion in this video, like to not target people, also to like advise people, this video and this like discussion is not like to target any of the GMC members or anyone for that matter, just in general. This is just talking about like what I've experienced, what others experience, what's going on, and why I came to an end, and what certain stuff just happened, that, you know, what's like the cause and effect of the GMC happening. So this video and discussion is like not made to target people, just to clarify. I just want y'all to keep that in mind before I like start going into these discussions. So yeah, I'm gonna break these discussions down into timestamps as well. So yeah, so let's get right into the discussions. Another thing that I should keep in mind as well, like, and another reason I'm also making this discussion is, you know, to talk about how I honestly feel about all this, and just to get my voice heard from anyone. Because to be honest, because even though I've been in this group for like 3 years and I've known these people since like my freshman year, well, some that I never met, some I just know online or I wanted to meet in person, but haven't had the chance to. But other than that, just some I want people to listen to, and just to get an understanding and just, you know, clarify a lot of things. It feels like even when I try to do that in the group, or when I talk about the personal stuff I go through, it's like I'm barely heard, or like people don't really seem like they're like not aware, or wouldn't really bother to hear. It's just because they're mostly doing their own thing, but it's just something I deal with on my own, so it's nothing really new to me. I have expressed myself like at least once or twice in the group and how I felt, and even after all that, it seems like that still have gotten nowhere. So I thought this discussion might, you know, get this message out. Like, I've tend to like move on from the gaming meme cord, because like have been, because despite the amount of jokes like people tell me that are in the group about, you know, when it comes to group wise, how the situations are, how each person is, like all the jokes I hear and get, it's like I don't really try to take it to effectively, because I feel like if I just let it all come to my mind as like a negative, that's just gonna bring me down. It's gonna make me question if this group was even worth it, or just like, am I even doing anything right, or just like, I don't know. It's just like a lot of, I just been overthinking a lot about it too. And as much as I am gonna miss this group as well and all the positive memories, I've just already decided to move on. And as for my friends in the group and the people I managed to have a bond with, I'm still friends with a lot of people. Two friendships I've had to end in the group, and then others that I've thought about ending my friendship with, I haven't really decided yet. Because, like, even though I've put my emotions and feelings aside of how I felt, like, and trying to be honest with others, it's like I'm starting to, like, open up more to that now, especially since the group is over. So other than that, I'm still like thinking on some things and just trying to figure some stuff out and just like reflect on myself, and then just mostly do what's best for me, even after, you know, doing some thinking and getting advice from others, very helpful advice. And I finally just thought, you know, some friendships are just not meant to be. Sometimes you just gotta move on from the things that are memorable and just to like only think about the positive things and never the negative, despite how much, you know, problems have been caused. But anyways, getting back in, now that we can get into the topic. So for the first topic, we're going to talk about how the group started and then the growth of the group beginning. So yeah, let's get into the topic. So the GMC channel, the Gaming Meme Word, was created by me, and this was back during September 27th of 2022. Now, I believe the day before or after, before our first video dropped, the first video of GMCORD, and this video was uploaded on October 1st of 2022. But before that video was uploaded, the day before September 27th, or I believe after those days. So this was also during my sophomore year, the most depressing year of my life in high school. Like very depressing. A lot of things during my sophomore year, and I really just didn't feel like myself. But that was like months earlier, before September, before I started to feel very good with myself. During my sophomore year, I have had to do counseling, therapy, and just reflecting on myself, and then things somewhat kind of got better, so, and I started to feel like myself again. But back to topic. So the day before September 27th, I'll just say from September 26th to September 30th, during those days, like during my sophomore year, I was in the lunchroom, of course, with my friends, and then it was like this discussion I was like a part of with them as well, like during in the lunchroom, and it was just about, you know, a group channel thing. So in the lunchroom, it was me, of course. There was also Lewis, Chris, Vasilis, and Anthony. So the five of us. So from the backstory, to give you like a little catch up, Anthony had somewhat inspired them, and he's told me this too, because I hadn't remembered. Basically, Anthony had encouraged us about the YouTube channel idea. And then Vasilis and them, of course, and I believe I was there too, while we're all talking about how, or imagine if we did have a, you know, YouTube channel altogether. Vasilis was going on and on about this, and you know, some others thought it'd be pretty cool. I believe, I mean, I was part of the conversation too. There's much I don't remember. I don't remember as much, but I know there was a spark of an idea about that. Just like an if at first. And of course, during my sophomore years, I was still on my YouTube growth and becoming a content creator, streamer, and then just trying to balance all that. I thought it was pretty cool too. Wonder what that'd be like all together. And during like my old YouTube years, when I was like 13 years old, I've always, you know, thought and dreamt of being part of a YouTube group or an organization, or like, as in I mean like FaZe Clan, TSM, or other organization groups. And I was still young too, and I thought it'd be cool. I'm like, just imagine, bro, you know, like when you're young and then you see something so cool, or you see like a group of remarkable people or someone that truly inspires you, like your favorite YouTubers all together, and then you're like, wow, just imagine if I could be a part of that, or if, you know, being a part of something so cool, trying to, like, you know, be part of a community and something like that. But I was still 13, and even though I thought about joining stuff, like at first when I was 13, I thought about being a part of FaZe Clan. Then it was Monta Esports. It was also, I believe, TSM, and a bunch of other groups that I can't really remember on the top of my head. And this was also back when I was still on the Fortnite grind, trying to be like a Fortnite competitive player. But honestly, I never really made it into that, so I kind of just quit the Fortnite competitive side of me. I don't even know if I even think about doing it nowadays. But back to topic. So it got to the point, the discussion got to a point where everyone, or even Vasilis himself mainly, was just very serious about doing something like this, and something that they would love to do. Since I was also a creator and had experience with this type stuff, I'm like, if y'all are down to do this, like, I will literally help y'all. So, and they seemed all serious about it. So I'm like, okay, bet I can set this up. Okay. And since Vasilis was the main person who like loved this idea and was like really deep into it, I'm like, okay, so let's try to think about this. So we try to figure out some names for the group. Now, to be honest, we had a hard time figuring out what the hell to name our group, to the point where we decided to go with GMC, but then we're like, oh, wait, I just realized that's a car brand. So we decided to change like the standing, or like the meaning behind it. So we decided to like make it stand for Gaming Meme Cord, because one, if we like to play games, we love memes, and of course we do this all in a Discord server. And it honestly kind of fit all of us well. I mean, at some point I thought, like during this too, like, should we change our name to something else and make it more original? But they all seem to like GMC, so I thought, okay, we'll just stick to that then. So I make the channel, and then of course I'm still trying to set some stuff up. So mostly it's just like everyone giving their ideas on like what stuff we can do. Mostly me and V were just like figuring out like how should this happen, who should be in charge of what, and how should this go. Now originally, before I became like the whole on like leader of the group, like I was like still like, even though yeah I did create it, of course, I was like just like a creator slash like manager of it. And then Vasilis also had an important role to this as well originally, but like the thing is he hadn't really done anything about it, and then it's like it's mostly just been like me taking care of everything and doing most of the work, before like Juno had gotten his PC and started to help out with editing videos. Because at first he was mostly just doing the YouTube shorts and TikTok shorts for us. But let's fast, like if we go forward backwards real quick. So of course we have the channel made, and then I'm still making the socials as well. And during like my ride to my cross country run as well, since I used to do cross country and track and field all during my sophomore and junior year, but mostly cross country during my sophomore year. So basically I make the thumbnails, the banners, the profiles, everything else to get the group set up. And then, but after my cross country run was finished, I head back home, and then I finished the touches to the channel. So after I finish like all the stuff I need to make for it, profiles, banners, thumbnails, etc., and that's it for like each social media. So we had like our Twitter, our Instagram, our Twitch. We even had like our TikTok and a Patreon at one point, but the Patreon was barely even used, so I still don't even know why I made that. I had like concepts I wanted to do for it, but unfortunately now we'll never see those concepts for it. For our first video, the interview, and this was uploaded on October 1st of 2022. I believe we did record this video on September the 30th, and then I was able to get it out the 1st of October. And then for the behind the scenes, the extended moments, I was able to get that out on October 5th, like 4 days after. And then after those interviews, well, actually wait, during those interviews, like we had like, so our idea for like our start of the channel was like me interviewing each person on why they want to be part of the group, just for some funny content and for some like funny moments. It was nothing serious. It was just something to, you know, start it off and seeing who would all be part of it, you know. And it was just like the 5 of us at the time before somehow half and more people came in. Well, mostly that Juno had new, but I didn't even know who any of these people were. But we'll get into that in a little bit. So after the interviews, like they did do good, and we had like around 8 to 10 subscribers for those videos, and then we had like at first 20 to 30 views around them, and it did something for a start. We were just like coming up with more ideas. Then we had, of course, the Mario Bros reaction. Then Juno had the idea of wanting to do the Ultimate Custom Night Challenge, and then of course he even wanted to do the Don't Hug Me I'm Scared reactions. And actually those ones people actually did like, especially our reactions to them. I still never understood why or what we were even watching, but somehow it was still good. So those videos were like the start of our growth, and then we had like gained even more and more. And then this is the part where we get into like the group chat and like the server. This next topic is still gonna tie into like how it started and the growth too, so I'll probably like have it like a little tie to it as well. So when we got to like the Fortnite Fracture live event that we all planned to do, we surprisingly had more people. We were all in this group chat called the Horror Chat. That's where we mostly did all our videos at in there. I had no idea who any of they were. That was how I met Tommy, someone named Alexander, Minty, and I believe Jerry, not King Jerry. I have no idea. But during the time, Tommy was called Yoshi, Jerry was called Jerry, and then everyone else, I don't know. That's how I first met them. I didn't know who any of them were. This was people that Juno knew, and he had us in that group chat when we had like started this interview as well. So, but other than that, we kept on. And to be honest, our server was kind of dead, and Anthony recommended that we shouldn't like have a server yet because we were still growing. Well, I deleted that server because it was kind of dead, so we mostly just used the group chat, and he was right too as well. So anyways, so back into like the channel as well, like during like our like the more videos we have done, and then to the point where we did the Try Not to Laugh challenge, Juno and Vasily's meetup, and having our Discord moment, and then till Juno wanting to do Roblox doors. Now during these times, like Juno, before he like had a PC, he was like still doing the TikTok and YouTube shorts, but then when he at first got his PC, he was starting to like do more editing and whatnot. I even told him about some like softwares like Vegas Pro 17, the one that I was using during the time. Well, the cracked version, because I didn't have money to buy it. I was like just trying to do stuff the best I can for free, you know, because you know I'm broke. Anyways, when Juno decided, when he got his first PC, and then he started to like edit videos more and more, he got to the point because like during like the GMC, like from October all the way through February of 2023, I was like having the balance between my channel and then uploading on the GMC as well. So it was kind of like hard to like balance the two and getting videos out, streaming, and then how it affected my personal life. But then since Juno had CapCut on desktop, which I never knew you could do at the time, and was learning a lot of new things, honestly, like he was able to help out a lot more, and I didn't even know, because like his editing at first when it came to GMC Plays Doors Hotel, and this was him as the host during the time when I had given him access to the channel, since he was like already like doing some impressive editing even that he has showed me on CapCut. I'm like, okay, so he can help me like with videos whenever I can't upload on there, and then I can also work on my channel and the things I gotta do. I'm like, okay, this is something that could help me out, since I was like the only one that was managing stuff during the time. So yeah, he was able to do the Doors content, even the F&B Roblox. And this was like during when I was in class, and that's when I first saw the video drop. Now I did enjoy the videos, watching them. The thing is, like, when watching them, I had no idea who anyone was in there that he had, besides from Chris, of course. That's how Tommy was mostly introduced into the channel more, even into like the FNB. And even though I enjoyed those videos, my only one issue with them was him like adding his like own type intro into it, especially on the group channel. At first I'm thinking, okay, so this is something of him as like, you know, as the host and whatnot. But then the more times he had like added his intro into videos, I was like, okay, so I'm not sure if you're aware, but like this is a channel I made and created, and this was also something for like us to do as a group. I wanted to get him to like understand that, because I didn't want him adding his intro in every single video that he's edited. Like in the first one, in the first Doors, I didn't mind it, but then when it came to like more videos, I'm like, okay, this is starting to become like a habit thing, so can we like not do that? Of course. This was in the Doors, Hotels, the F&F Roblox, the Smash or Pass, the Try Not to Laugh Challenge 2, even in his video where the EXE series started. And I had to remind him many times, like, this is a group thing. Like, I like the videos, but can we keep it all as a group thing? Because like that's the part where he was not getting. I had to remind him that so many dang times, and eventually he started to understand. Because like at first, I remember when we were having a discussion on Discord, he talked about how he was gonna make this somehow his quote own type channel-ish. Now during this call, I was confused as hell, because I'm like, in my mind, this is a group thing. What are you talking about? Don't you have your... Because like he has his own channel that he hasn't uploaded on, so I don't know why he's more focused on this and adding in his own intro for every video. But I eventually reminded him that now the intros, his Juno Play intros now, they're not in any of these videos, because like I had cut them out, and I had to remind him like so many times, like this is a group thing and not just one person solo taking over. Like, because like last time I had to like tell him this and why he kept on with it. And this was like after when Lizz was also brought in, and Juno had never even told me who he brought in. Because like I remember when I joined the group chat one time in the call with him, Chris, Tommy, and then there was someone else in there who I didn't know. I mean, I did know in school personally, but like never talked too much like that. At first I'm like, who is this and what's going on? And that's how I find out that it's Lizz. Now, even though Juno never told me, like, I didn't mind that she was in, but it's like, so wait, are you bringing her in the group, but you haven't really came towards me? Because like my only one thing, because even though Juno did introduce me to like a lot of people, especially people he invited into the group chats or when it came to servers and whatnot, like it was literally like half of the people, and it's like I was never really he never really talked to me about it or anything. But I didn't know, it was like the limit was starting to like expand, and it's like it came to a point where there was no like line to stop that limit, and then like we didn't know who was coming in, who was a member, who's not, and like what was going on. It was all kind of like slippery and kind of a mess at that point. We had to like had that talk, and this was all like after his video that, once again, the same video that started the EXE series and blew up on our channel and has like 1,851 views. I was talking to him like, hey, so I saw your video, I liked it, but like, remember how I told you this is like a group thing together? Like these videos that you're making are feeling more centered around you and not the group really. And we've had the discussion in call once, and then it's like we tried to see why, and then he talked about how, or like I even asked him like, during this time, like in call with the others, like why didn't he just do these type of videos on his own channel and not make it center around him on the group channel? And because he had like the doubts and about his content being crap or not as good, so that's where I had to like step in and do the inspiration and be like, well, you never know unless you tried. Plus, if you want to like do content as well, and like content that you like doing, like, or just content that's like more centered around you, you can make a channel for that or start on your own one. But I had to like inspire him on like being a content creator and then give him the best advice I could as he was doing it. And eventually I did help inspire, and he made his own new channel called Juno Plays. Just give him like the inspiration and encouraged him. And I'm like, okay, so problem solved. Like, listen, we can still do videos together and you can still upload for the GMC. Just don't make it all about you. Remember, it's about like the whole group doing stuff together, just to keep that in mind. And eventually, like, even though that was the first issue in the group, we eventually resolved that, right? But then when he had like uploaded his first video, for some reason he took the GMC intro, the intro that I made, and put it into his own channel. And I'm like, why did he just do that? Did the conversation we not had, did we like not learn anything? And me and Tommy were like watching this video as well. I had another talk with him about it again, and then eventually he had never did it again. Even though I did ask him to cut it out, he couldn't figure out, and even tell him how to do it, I just let it slide and say it's okay, just never again. And then of course Juno still wanted to continue the EXE series when he had uploaded the unknown video and his return teaser. And it's like we still been having this talk about the EXE thing and the content and whatnot, but he really didn't want to continue it. So I'm like, okay. And then it kind of led up to an idea to like give it like its final send off. EXE series was like a thing that Juno had started, and it's actually gained a lot more views, and people really liked those videos, because you know people do like Sonic.exe, but I didn't, as much as I did like the videos he edited, and they were very impressive, especially with the editing style he has done. The only thing is, like, I wish he still hadn't like made it more self like around him. But then when it got to his return, he did ask if he could post it on the group channel, since like the group was like spectating, but and also like a part of the gameplay series and whatnot. And so was I, since he wanted to like play these games with me as well. So I'm like, okay, I'll give you permission to upload this, but after that it's like we gotta like, you know, pause on the EXE stuff, because I didn't want that to take over the whole on channel and then just have people just only come in watching only for the EXE videos. And this is also a thing that Tommy had talked about as well, like during one of our discussions. But then, you know, at first, like having to have these talks with Juno about this stuff with the EXE content, I felt like deep down I was being a bit harsh about it. Like, as much as I did enjoy it, I felt like I was being more like harsh about him, like trying to like focus this type of stuff on his own channel, not the group thing. But I decided, like, since okay, so he has this idea for EXE stuff, I'm like, okay, well, because like I don't plan for us to like continue it, but maybe I had this idea like during like my trip as well, like when I was like on Christmas break. I'm like, okay, so hey Juno, what if you and me decide to give this EXE thing on our channel like a send off, to give it like a finale? And then that's how I came in mind with the GMC inside the EXE series, but then I retitled it to exe.family to keep it more simple and short. And I had like made posters for it, dates, but like those dates never really happened. I mean, we did drop like one trailer, but that trailer doesn't even exist anymore since it was canceled, and it's not gonna happen. And then I had also dropped like clips for it, because we had made clips for the exe.family, some skits, and I'd also continued making more concepts for how this could start. Some, finding like the sprites and making like some things for some characters. Like for one of the exes, I was making like a body concept for like one of the heads that he had found on Google or like looked up or found online and whatnot. And I just decided to make the body for it and then pixelate and render it and see how that would go for like some skits that we do for like the recording wise, and then just doing the rest of the editing and whatnot. And we were supposed to like do like a stop motion type thing for the sprites as well. We were still trying to figure that out, and then we had like did more teasers and then whatnot. And this was all like after, well, a bit before, but after like his return. And then we had like EXETs in like a few videos, and then I had like made one soundtrack for it, and then Juno had made one soundtrack for it. So we only had like 3 soundtracks for it. And then we continued with like clips. While we worked very hard on it too, me and him, and we had people in the group do their parts for it, it just started to fall off to the point where it's like I was like the only one working on the EXE stuff, and it's like that idea kind of just fell down to the drain. But I'll explain more of that in a different topic. We're gonna go now into the drama issues and situations that have been happening. So this is where some personal stuff will be addressed and some will not.
So we didn't learn. We didn't learn from last time. We did it. So we didn't learn. Comprehension. We didn't learn.
Okay, so as for the drama issues and situations that have happened in this group negatively, this means like a list of things, like a lot of things. Like I'm gonna also like list them on here as well. And especially since if you've been watching the GMC channel for quite a while now, like you've all seen it and it's kind of already been shown and it's been pretty clear. Like if you remember the Nightmare Party streamed where, that situation happened.
Matter of fact, can we just pull that headphone?
Yeah, Tristan planned it.
Okay, excuse me.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Like, could you put your mic too? You guys can't even put the camera on?
Because
It feels like a hug.
It is.
Oh, thank you.
Can I not give my besties a hug?
Oh.
You can.
Bro, these headphones, bro, they so low.
They ass.
These
ass?
These headphones
What?
are ass, bro.
Why? No, you can make it longer like that. Like the sides.
I'm talking about
Hey,
like
yo,
the
Bro, it's easy. Look.
You look stupid.
Right here.
I can hear you.
Okay, that's better.
Do you see me?
I can see you, Liz, and Tristan.
Oh, okay.
What is he saying?
He said he can see all of us.
Oh my...
Ow!
The headphones on! Keep the headphones on so you can hear me.
Okay.
What's that?
Seriously, jeez.
Sorry.
Hi, Liz.
Sorry.
Juno said he's sorry.
I know, I can hear... Tristan, I can hear him through Discord.
Because of the speaker. There's a speaker right here. You can hear.
Oh, so you say that at the last minute? Okay.
No, wow.
Oh, you know why I can't tell because I can see because your camera's off on Discord while on I can see you guys on YouTube.
Oh, okay, that's better. You know what? Fine.
Lewis, what would you do if I just like tried to?
Well, yeah, I had just told Lewis that you were in school.
I mean, it's fine. Just don't mess up just put them all back.
I literally just got out of class, and who the hell was calling me 2 times? It was you and Raven in a call, Juno. Who did it?
It was Juno.
Huh?
Alright, I'm gonna give it a try. You see this? You guys see this?
Good.
I'm gonna try it.
Oh, Roxanne.
Okay.
Wait, can I like move the camera too?
Roxanne.
Why is there just a random ass Pringles can?
Ah, there we go.
You guys listen?
Hey.
Why is there just a random ass Pringles can?
This is my break right here.
So why is there a random Pringles can?
What do you mean?
Oh, it's talking about that. We make Friday Fridays.
Oh, that.
I bet you don't have.
And now I can see you guys.
Hey, that's all right now. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah, but once again, Juno said he's sorry.
I will slap you.
What happened?
He said he forgives you.
Wait.
Yeah, sure.
No, he said he forgives you.
What did he actually say?
That's what he said. That's what he
Can I
said.
see? Can I see?
But you want to hear him? Okay.
No, it's not like I'm taking a. Oh, it's not like I'm taking a shotgun out of the moment.
I have a small head.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie, I might just change it to the desktop audio because these headphones.
So, are you saying something?
Nothing. Hey, Juno.
You can only hear me from through the headphone set.
Wait, what? Now you have the headphones on?
Yeah, whoever has the headphones on, they can hear what I'm saying.
I can't tell because on YouTube there's like a latency.
Yeah, and it's streaming in YouTube already.
Okay, Liz.
Congratulations, Juno.
Don't do fair. You played yourself.
Congratulations! I'm going to fucking kill you.
Don't kill me, please.
No, I meant
What is
Juno.
he saying to you?
Oh my!
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
I'm having an. I'm going to have an aneurysm.
No, don't do that. Stop. No.
Okay. For the love of God, just unplug the headphones so you guys can hear me.
He wants to go on full speakers. He doesn't want anyone going on headphones.
Alright. Okay. Alright, Tommy, say something real quick.
Perfect.
Cheeseburger. Get the fuck out of the screen, Vasilis.
What?
Is that the
I
last
saw you
one?
peek your head on the screen on YouTube.
Damn.
Can you see me now? Wait, you know what? Hold on. I got a better idea. Hold on.
What is your idea?
Hold on. Is it the settings? Hold on. Let me go to settings quick. Appearance video.
Why is it all the way in the middle?
Output. Anyway.
Put it all the way.
I put it all the way. Alright, Tommy, say something more time.
What the fuck?
Say hello?
Yeah, I hear you. What?
Okay. You just have to fix his audio. I'm like helping him with his like stuff.
Oh yeah, no shit. I can tell on
yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
No, Liz.
Put your camera on.
Wait, no, wait. Since he doesn't. Hold on, I'll just share it.
Don't show it.
Share what?
Hold on.
I don't think you can share the screen.
No, wait, why can I? Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. No, can't. Now that's better.
Tommy, do you need a hand?
I'm done.
Vasilis, I'm going to the shit out of you when I see you. I swear to fuck. Why the fuck are we streaming right now?
Bye, Vasily.
Are you?
So just me now. So, what do you want to do? Back at you, Tommy. Right back at you. They're just hiding. They're just hiding. They're just, they're just hiding. Tommy told me to F off for some reason. You know I didn't do anything to him. He had an attitude. Okay, I take that back. He had an attitude, but don't worry, we just joke around. Yeah. What?
What happened?
No, Tom's going to fuck off. Of course you would. I said right back at you, right after he left. Of course you would.
Right back at you. You do know that's a negative thing, no?
Alright, can I sit there because I like my food right there?
Yeah.
You can grab your own food.
Your food. I was like, hamburger.
Of course, you heard you. You heard you.
You want the food? Here.
Thank you.
Don't drop it.
Don't
drop it. This is I just cleaned the floor.
I said drop it, okay.
No! You're gonna make me drop it.
No, don't drop it.
Dumbass.
You're gonna make me drop it. What? Children, stop putting your hands on each other.
Like a bitch.
You cut my nose with your fucking nail. Yeah, we're just.
Dude, I can still hear you guys!
Jesus Christ, man.
Where did you come from?
I really just joined back.
Jesus fucking Christ. My
We didn't know. We didn't know. I'm sorry. We're sorry.
What's up, Ernie?
Wait, Ernie, where?
Ernie's
Hello,
in the chat?
BD. How you doing?
Can you stop?
Tommy, you want to meet
Where?
somebody?
We've only beat.
That's a friend of ours.
Oh my god, what are you guys boys doing?
Yeah. What are y'all doing?
We're streaming.
Yeah. So far, it's going to complete shit.
Yeah, even though it's my birthday, everything's gone to, you know.
Yeah, complete shit.
All right, we talk to Tommy real quick.
Okay.
All right, Tommy.
What?
All right, look. On behalf of what Juno did, we are sorry. We didn't know. I just found out now.
See, now that's the part where I messed up because I literally said earlier I knew he was in class and the call was still going to happen regardless. And yet for some reason I said I didn't know he was in class. I don't know why I said that because I obviously was not thinking at the time, and then the situation was already about to start going into shit. So, and then it led to this.
That you were in school.
I told you guys this.
I told him that too. What?
It's echoing! Turn the fucking stream off!
Wait, what?
He told us to turn off our stream.
I'll turn it off.
I don't know how to do that because I did not set this up.
Right here, I'm gonna just like mute real quick.
Yeah, so basically then we had like a little private talk and then trying to resolve everything, and it still didn't do good, and then he eventually had left the call. Now, honestly, I did choose a poor choice of words because like first I don't know why I said that I didn't know he was in class even though he was, and we already knew that, but there was still going to be a call happening that Juno wanted to do for his birthday on stream to see who would join so we could just tune in and have fun and whatnot. And then it's like that situation just happened, and then we just started a whole new stream and then just continued from there. Honestly, like this all could have been avoided because one, like you do realize you don't have to join GC calls, nor do you have to like, you know, get angry during those if you're not in the best mood. You could just like tune out and leave, or you could just put on do not disturb and just, you know, mute the call and then not having to join and then just focus on the rest of your day. And then what Vasilis did, it just made the situation even worse, and it was already bad enough to like there was no need to like do any talking back, but it was already too late, and then it was already a disaster. But trust me, that's not the only thing. There was much more drama than that, and then there was mostly during some tier lists.
Okay, fine. Okay, no. That's
Shut up, let him cook.
No. That's it. I'm booting Scribble.io up.
Let's put Scribble.io.
Fucking way.
Like I mean, it's gonna take much more longer because you saw how much shows that we're gonna have to deal with.
Alright, if we play Scribble, I think we might get our minds off it.
Can I create the room? I can create the.
And then even after Ernie had did the tier list on its own, everyone still got mad and complained about it when they all wanted to move on to a different activity. Now the part where I said that if we play Scribble.io and we get our minds off it, I meant it as in a way of because some people were not really enjoying the activity as much, and some people were kind of just not liking it. And I'm like, okay, because like everyone's gonna want to do something different. And usually when we do activities together, it's like whenever we do something that someone's planned or that we all plan together and agree to do, it's like there's always one or two people that will complain and then hate the activity when they agreed or wanted to do it in the first place, and then just get upset for like no exact reason, or it's like or like get upset for a reason that's like no point to get upset about. And then it's like, why even participate if you're gonna feel this way, or like just get upset at everything we do, or like because of one joke or something that someone made, or that's like not really nothing to get mad about, or just you're in a bad mood. It's like it's no point in doing that. And then a bunch of other stuff that was like very unnecessary, or there was no reason to like start drama, get angry with someone or with people, or just dumb arguments for absolute no reason. In the amount of times this has happened, and this how it's been like a constant thing, and then it's like after resolving it, it's like people still put it in a whole cycle and it just continues on. And there are like so many examples.
I just sound like this whenever I'm like in a bad mood or something, but I'm really not. I just like to talk like this often. But every single fucking time Vasilis ends up joining the call, he always thinks I'm giving an attitude to someone. Vasilis, I just sound like this!
Okay, first of all, if you sound like that, people will think you're angry, dude.
That have led into this when it came to like drama and whatnot. Okay, so y'all remember the 2 videos I edited, the GMC Block 6 and the Nickelodeon tier list? More focused on the Nickelodeon tier list video that Ernie had planned for us to do. Now behind the scenes and like after the video, I had posted the thumbnails I made for it, and then this is the reaction I got. Like, I was trying to figure out what the problem was, get a GIF response, which is not really giving an answer, but okay. And then we went into like a conversation about it, which there was no reason to like have a conversation over this or to get upset because you didn't enjoy something that you agreed to and want to participate in. And then of course you could see people getting a bit too defensive over, you know. And it's like, this is literally an example of the 3 things I just listed earlier, and especially in text. Now here's the thing. I've had my response with others talks and just getting their opinions on everything, and some responses were kind of not what I was really looking forward to hear back, but I don't really try to mind them as much. But usually when it comes to situations, it always revolts mostly around Tommy, as you can see in these DMs. Now look, I've had my conversations with Tommy and we've been cool here and there, but then there are at times whenever stuff happened and it mostly revolts around him, it's like we've had to have those deep discussions. And then it's like, even before he was, at one point he was actually permanently banned, even though I didn't make that decision, but he decided to get himself permanently banned and then just leave on his own terms because of having a discussion with him on call and just trying to see what's going on. The whole purpose of me trying to have a discussion with him was to like see what's going on, why this keeps happening on a whole cycle. And then I'm like, okay, so, well, this was my plan. It was to have a discussion, see all these issues, go one by one, see what's going on personally, and then just to see what I can do to help or like get any feedback or like something he wishes that could be fixed or just anything to help provide for him, just like give any advice or just help in any way, shape, or form. But during that call, he didn't really take it as well, and it got personal for him, even though I wasn't like trying to go say this stuff or like talk about it as like anything negative. I was like trying to go more towards positive, but also be very more understanding and just get his whole side of the stories on stuff, and then just like everything else. But the way he took it during that time, as if I kept asking this, or as if I'm just like at this beyond point harassing him or like putting blame on him. And the fact like even people, if even questioned or asked like if why I keep putting blame on him or anything. Now like, see, now this is the part where I talk about people being one-sided. So I get asked, why am I putting blame on Tommy? Now here's the thing. One, I don't blame Tommy even for like his actions, but even when he does stuff wrong, I just try to get him to acknowledge it and learn from it and just to understand, especially if other people are pointing it out. I don't just go like, oh, so you did this, and yeah, we're blaming you for this. It's like, no. Okay, so you did this, and this, but I want to get an understanding to like why, or just, are you aware that you've done this? Is there like anything that's going on, or do you need any help? Something to talk about? Just anything to get off your chest. Like, that's how I go with everyone. Like, I don't want to put blame on others, even if they do stuff that's wrong, or like they don't have control, or not holding themselves responsible for their own actions or for what they do and what they say and how they come off towards people, affecting them in negative ways. Like, the whole purpose is just to have an open conversation. But then when we had a call in the server, he did get upset with me about it, and he did kind of go off a bit. gonna say any other like terms. I'm just gonna say very upset and kind of came off, and then it was a whole it was bad. But then he had left, and then he just thought at that point he was gonna get banned either way, even though I didn't want to do that or I didn't say anything about it. But it was his choice then, and then we just rolled with it. And honestly, it's like at this point, like I get people can get upset for like being asked personal stuff or talking about personal stuff, but I don't ever like try to go over it as a negative way, because like even if you try to like help people, especially giving them the most positive advice you can, things are always going to somehow go from a positive and they could turn into a negative somehow, especially how others will view it as well one side. Now, even though me and Tommy have worked some stuff out and then started talking again and like made up for everything and decided to move on, it's just like even after then, especially when it came to the community server and then just building on more, it didn't really make things still kind of kept back. Well, things still happened, arguments still happened, drama still happened. Not because of just one person, but like just some people just not really getting along. And it'd be like that. Some people may not always get along, especially like enjoy one another's personality or just like have their own reasonings for not wanting to like talk to them. And no one was forced to be friends in the group or like in the community, but I just thought at least we could all be chill or, just just having no bad blood against one another. And I feel because like when we decided to make the server more open to a community and having more people, this all had started with like an invite that Liz had did but didn't mean to. I don't know how that worked. And then Juno had this idea he wanted to talk to me about, building on a community because when I had first got Juno to meet Link and then the other YT squad members, and he thinks that building a community, not to mention because like the server was kind of bland and we only had like 10 people in there. So we decided to like announce it. We gave our ideas, tried it out, did some experiments, and things were going good at first, but it definitely did not get better as much time progressed. And now this is where we're about to get into the next topic, and it's going to link a lot more into this one. So yeah, let's get to it. Okay, so now for this one, I'm gonna like get more into the context of like what it was like in the community server when it came to like drama, control, behavior issues, and everything. So basically, I'm gonna just show a bunch of like DMs here to show examples of what I've been having to deal with, and then it's like what's been going on. So, and this was like when Anthony had came back in the server for the 3rd time, and then we decided to like give him a chance, and he wanted to help build onto the community server because he also So we did a stage call, of course. I got each person's side of the story. Well, I don't know if it was a call at first or a stage call, but I got each person's side of the story and then seeing like what was like going on. And then after getting all the context that I needed, it's like during that and then having one person ask each other a question about all the problems between each other. One of them did leave, of course, and then the 3 of us just remained, and then like had a talking to with other people as well. I believe that were in the stage call, and then Anthony still brought up the fact that he wants to help out because he knows all these problems going on, and it's like the server's not being managed well. And then how Juno usually came off during some of the DMs calls or like just in general, it's like I have never seen him ever do anything like that. and I don't even know why. So it's like, I don't know if I could even trust people with certain roles just because of what I've seen so far and things I've noticed before that were kind of funny. And then, and I don't mean like funny as in like haha funny. I mean like funny as in, that's funny. So anyways, Anthony talks about the community manager role to me, giving his ideas, and he wanted to like get my trust. So I give him a role to see how he handles it, just to see how he does it. And if he were to do something that was not anything helpful, then I would just take the role back immediately. But so far, he actually did manage to like help out and teach me some things in Discord that I never knew of, especially in the server. And then just providing anything, and then just doing his usual goofy shenanigans, which were, yes, annoying. And I had to like limit that, but at the same time he did some helpful things too. Was aware of all the problems that were happening, so we decided to give him that chance to see where I would go. And then it's just, even then, because besides all the goofy stuff that he did, especially the stuff that was like very unnecessary, people were still very mixed on him, and even after having like a conversation about it too. So, but even then, after giving him the role, one person, and if you get an idea who this is, I'm not going to say his name for this part, he did not take it very good, and he was very upset about it. And I was told this by Ernie, and it's like, what is the reason to get upset because of a decision? Well, more of an experiment, but then after seeing how that went, gave like my final decision on it. And then throughout some time, this happened. Now, to even the points where things have like gotten really bad, and then like, you know, having to figure it all out, like it wasn't always easy, but they're always like the best decisions I had to have done. And then like the responses I would get because how I have to take action and handle a certain situation, they were mostly very negative. And then of course, it's like, usually when it came to me having to manage stuff and checking on people, it felt as if people felt like I wasn't handling certain situations properly because of a decision I made for like actual reasonings. Or like decisions I didn't even make yet, but yet people still got mad at me for some reason.
Yeah.
And this was also at the time where, Juno, I had given you co-manager to help me out, build to like help manage and like build in the server, even though I already like did most of it.
Okay. Like,
wouldn't it make more sense if you made Anthony your co-manager?
The co-manager role is not coming back.
Oh, okay.
And I was not here for 2 years, so everything from here I do not know.
Okay.
So I can't really confirm anything, but yeah. And besides, if I were still here, that wouldn't work.
Yeah. Alright, this was like, I'm gonna explain this, and this is how I personally felt over the years since I've been in this group, and I still do to this day. Like, it just feels like whenever I try to like solve or help people with certain stuff, or like try to see how we can improve on like server channel, and then just like, you know, bonding wise whenever we do activities, it feels as if people still for some reason have a certain problem, and then I have to do this, this, and this, and then it's like it's still not being as much as appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna lie, it has been a much pressure. But then like, no, and I don't mean to call you out, Tommy, but like when it got around to like certain situations that you had, like I tried to see like, okay, how can we solve this, or what can I do to help? And it's like, it felt as if you didn't really want my help. And remind you, this is just how I personally felt.
and
Okay.
I didn't really know what else to do if like, because remember that one conversation you, me, and Raven had before you had left and then left the server, Tommy?
Yes, what about it?
Like, I know I've even messaged you this, but like, I was never like trying to come off at you harsh, nor was I ever wanting to try to target you ever. I don't really do that to people. Or like, neither is like bring them up. Like, I don't try to bring up all this stuff constantly. I only like bring it up whenever it's actually important, or like if we could like try to solve something together, you know? Like, it was never me targeting you, trying to harass you, none of that. I just wanted to, it was just like to ask questions, like get to know what the situations are, and then like see how I can help you. But I know you weren't in that comfortable position yet. And then of course, when we had the server call, yeah, I was like literally trying to like explain and handle it all. And I didn't really have, well, I mean, some people did speak up, but like others mostly just stayed silent about it. Like as if they don't see certain situations like not going well. And it's like whenever I try to explain them, people still like be very, very one-sided on it. And it's like, I can't literally communicate with anyone because of how they feel some way. That's just like how I felt, and I still feel like this day. And to add into addition to that, like content wise, like in Juno, I know like you're busy with your family and all, and that's understandable. I only say if there's a chance you can get to edit whenever you're available, and just keep me updated. But even then, it just feels like I'm mostly doing stuff, and it's like I don't really have as much to help as I get. And that's literally one of the reasons why I gave Anthony community manager role, to like get more helping hands, and from just anyone else in general that would like to like, you know, help out. But I'm aware, and this is just something I had to learn, especially like this was like during my sophomore, well no, this was during my junior year of senior leaders, and just something I learned in life during counseling is like you can't like control how certain people are going to react, no matter how you say things, whether if it's the truth, the lie, how you phrase it, in a nicely manner, harsh manner. And usually I don't ever try to do harsh manners. Like I try to be straight up, I tell it in a more understanding way or positive way. But like people, I'm not gonna say names, but if you know who you are, it's like certain people still take it harshly, and then they think as if I'm not doing a good job at this type of stuff. But yeah, I've been told like you can't control how people feel and how their emotions are, and sometimes things may not always end well, but you know, it's just life, you know. And I kind of had to take that the hard way. And I know like some of y'all are not used to being told like the God honest truth, or like when someone's being real with y'all, because some people might take it personal. And I get it, like I get it, because like it could come off harsh or like in an utter negative way. And I just want to let y'all know, for those who feel like that, or whoever felt like that, like I've been there. Like when people told me the truth, lied to me, or like told me stuff straight honest, and like or how I took it, sometimes offensive or like very negatively, as if it was like a target on me. Like I took a lot of things personal, and don't get me wrong, I take a little bit of stuff personal too here and there, but like at some point, and it depends how people say it too, or like what exactly they're like being straight up to me about. Because if it's stuff like truth wise, it's just something you have to learn in life in general, because like I said earlier, even for those who weren't there, if no one's telling you important stuff in your life or being straightforward with you, there's always going to be that one person that's going to say it, and it's just going to turn out to be a life lesson, and then it's just something you're just going to have to take in every day. Like, you just gotta like, you know, instead of like always try to handle most problems online or on Discord, most of the time it's like try to communicate actually, not just because if you're online as Discord or like friends online, but like actual friends, like face to face, you know, because I think communication's better that way. But even then, it's like no one really chooses to talk about it, and I'm not forcing anyone that doesn't want to talk about stuff personally, because if they're not ready yet, because I get it, people have like a comfort zone, or like they're not ready. And this is something we also like talked to my class and too about today. People can be like very stigma. I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with that word.
Stigmatized, yes.
What, Liz, what happened?
I don't know how to react to that, bro, I'm actually trying to vent right now, so just chill.
Back on topic.
I'm just like venting and like telling stuff that I've experienced like being in this group, alright?
Might I add something?
What is it?
I just want to say, I feel like you're a decent leader. Well, that's okay. That's kind of demeaning. I'm sorry, but
okay, that's okay.
We're good.
Another thing I want to. Okay,
I understand. I understand what you're getting at. If there is advice that I would like to share with you, it is that a leader's job is to guide and not to force, and I think that's something you understand, and that's good.
Yeah.
Keep at that.
Thanks. And listen, another thing, just because I run the stuff. Alright, I run the server, the channel, and whatnot. Y'all don't have to keep taking this leader role on me too serious. Like, I'm still y'all friend, and I still care about y'all outside the GMC, because I have a life actually outside of YouTube. I'm not saying that no one has, but like, I have a life outside of YouTube and whatnot, and it's like, I still want people to see me as someone who's positive, a good friend to them, someone that, you know, they can rely on, or if they ever want to talk to. Like, I don't want y'all to feel uncomfortable around me because of certain decisions I make for reasonings that no one asks, or like just question like my choices. Like, if you actually know me and like got to know me and why I do what I do, then it's like you can get that certain understanding.
Hey, Tristan.
Can I ask a question up to spoilers? It's not cool for me. I haven't seen it. You don't look at it. Matter of fact, I'll just delete it right now. But like, I only put that for people who are desperate to talk about it. But like, you don't have to like look at it. But we're already
I still get notifications of it, even if I mute it.
I mean, even if you see notifications, you still don't gotta open it. You can still mute it. But here, I'll just delete it because like everyone already talked about their spoilers.
That's
because regardless, people are gonna talk about it either way.
Like, actually, what's funny was I actually brought that up earlier about the whole spoil Sonic 3 thing.
I mean, it says spoilers, so you should know not to open it.
No, I mean, no, I get.
Or just don't look at it.
No, I think we get that, but I think the problem is that even outside, even if you mute it outside of Discord, like, you're gonna get the notification telling like where it's coming from, and yeah, you can't. Yes, and. In reality, yeah, we cannot look at it, which is true, but it's just like, why put it there if there's been people in this server who haven't seen it?
Well, I mean, if you haven't seen a certain, well, I'm gonna just say this right now, like, if you haven't seen a certain movie and you know people are talking about it on media, you know, like, common sense wise, you shouldn't look at the spoilers or try your best to avoid them.
I get that, like, I really do, but there's definitely, like, I don't know what to really say about it. Like, I'll admit this, I don't even know if I was going to see it. I saw it right before this new year started. I loved it, not spoiling it, of course, but I loved the hell out of it. And I knew we spoiled one part to Liz, but I managed to stop myself. And she even told me she was going to see it. But unfortunately, her aunt got sick, so yeah, that didn't happen.
I'm sorry about that, Liz. But like, regardless, and just like, you should just know, like, in generally, like, you should avoid spoilers. But I'm sorry that you didn't see the movie. I will apologize on my end still, but like, I hope you get a chance to see.
And some advice when it comes to like preventing spoilers when it comes to like movies or games. What I usually do when I'm gonna play a game the same day, but I know media is gonna have just a bunch of spoilers, just try to stay off media until you've seen the movie. If not that, just talk to friends directly instead of to the server, because the server is most likely going to contain a mix of people who've seen it and have not seen it.
Especially
so
if
just
it's
try
in, like,
to be
the general
cautious
chat,
of
so
that.
that's why I made a specific channel for that. But like, I really shouldn't have to say, like, no offense, I really shouldn't have to like say what to avoid and what not to avoid. I just think that's something like everyone should just know generally. Because I'm gonna be honest, this is another thing I don't like doing. I don't like having to state obvious things or something like people should already know. Like, sure, I'll say it once or twice, but it's like, if people keep still asking me, it's like, bro, we've made it clear like so many times. We had a conversation and discussion in the like VC. Like, why do I have to keep discussing it? But
man, that's the thing. Sorry.
Yeah, hey, it's like what?
Sorry, I was gonna say, when you're done, can I say something?
Sure. Because it's like, if there's like, for example, if there's one problem in the general chat and it's getting like, you know, flooded with memes and whatnot, and there's like a problem for everyone trying to have a conversation in general, then that's why I'd be like, okay, I'll make a memes channel. So here, in this channel, you can post all your memes and garbage, okay? You just flood this chat. Well, even though I put a cooldown, but you can flood this chat with whatever. Just make sure it's not something too bad or, you know, illegal. And then it's like, even then, people can still have the same issue because memes are being put into that chat. Because either it's flooded or like people don't like them. And it's like, so then what else do you want? Oh, I did see a comment. But at other times we can't be in Discord so much. We do other things outside, and some doesn't think like you think. I mean, yet okay, so not being on Discord much, I did address that earlier because I even said I have a life outside of Discord, and I'm pretty sure y'all do as well. That we can agree on. Now, when you say some of us don't think like you think, I'm aware of that. And I'm not saying you, well, like, it really depends, but like, you could like communicate and talk to one another to like get both an understanding from each other, but like, you gotta like agree to a certain fact, to like a certain problem, if no one else like tries to like see or talk about it. And it's just like certain stuff you gotta figure out how to handle, you know? But it like, if it's anything on Discord and it's like something not too serious, or like you're getting mad because of a chat going on, for example, then like you can really just do simple things like mute it or like mute Discord notifications or whatnot. Like, I feel like that's something people should know right now, because I know people hated like notifications in general once, if not in another channel. So that's why I'm like, you could either mute or just like don't read them or respond. I never even said that.
May I add something?
What?
So I get what you're trying to say this for, but oh, that's not right. I'm sorry, but the specific reason we would have a spoiler chat is for those who have seen the movie and want to talk about it. That being said, though, there is a way that that the moderators can turn off like sound notifications and stuff for that one, which is by just setting that specific channel to like offer notifications and stuff. Not blaming you, just stating if we do this again for another movie, yeah, I'd probably do that beforehand, but otherwise, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Alright, I'll definitely make sure to keep that in mind next time. But like, guys, can I address another thing? And this kind of does stress me out a bit, but like, and I don't want y'all to like worry too, like, whenever I'm like having a conversation about stuff like this or like venting, people would like assume like I'm either being rude, and this is just thing that's been going on in my life in general. People would assume that I'm being rude or saying something about them that I never said, and it's like I never even said that. Now, even though some people might say like that's how it comes off to certain people, in some cases, yeah. But like, if I'm literally explaining like a reason, but like I'm not trying to like target or say something about you negatively, like for example, like Liz, I'm not saying that like you're overreacting. That's not what I'm implying. This is just stuff I'm just saying in general. And like, this is literally not the first time I've had to explain, and then people would say that I'm calling them botters, overreacting, or like a bunch of other stuff. It's like I don't imply those things negatively, nor do I even be like want to. Like I'd never do that to like anyone ever. Like if I were to say if someone was overreacting or like bothering me or like saying a bunch of other stuff, like I would make it very obvious, but like I would also like explain it in a way where it's like they don't have to like worry about it, or like you don't have to deal with this, you know, like you can focus on other things that's not as important. But like I don't know, it's just I don't know why that's been another thing that's happened around me. And then it's like the amount of times I'd be having to explain constantly over and over. I don't know what else or what other words you want me to describe it to you as. Like regardless whether you want to tell me certain stuff or not because you're afraid of me or not, and then it's like y'all choose not to say stuff to me because you feel like, once again, I'm either gonna ban you or I'm gonna take it negatively. Or like even when y'all like don't say stuff to me that's going on, no one really communicates, and it's like I don't really know how else to help if there's no communication, because if there's no communication, then how are problems gonna be solved? You know what I mean?
Thank you for speaking your mind.
This is just how I felt for a long time from my experience of being in this group and having to like manage and like a bunch of other stuff. And it's still a little bit somewhat like this. It's been like that lately, but so far things are pretty good. But Ernie, I know you said you had a question, so what was your question? This was, I believe, sophomore year, right?
This was near, this is the beginning of sophomore year. This is the beginning of sophomore year.
I think in the middle of sophomore year.
Now look, I've been doing YouTube for like 8 years now, and I've had like a lot of damn experience with this shit as well. Now, usually I get talked about how I feel like I can inspire people and whatnot. Just as compliments, but nothing, too serious. So one day I'm in the lunchroom, of course, and Vasilis and Juno talk about how, imagine if we had a YouTube channel together. And then
no, that was in the gym. It was me and you talking to each other, and I said, "Just imagine we had our YouTube channel."
I'm pretty sure this was the lunchroom, sir.
I don't remember being in the lunchroom.
I'm pretty sure it was the lunchroom because this was the day I also went cross country too.
Oh, I remember cross country.
So yeah, this was in the lunchroom. And of course, Anthony, you mentioned that like how you've encouraged them as well, and I kind of forgot about that.
So I'll get into depth. I'll get into more in depth. So you initially told us that you had your own channel and you were running it, right?
Yeah.
And you were still starting out. Well, not starting out per se, but you were getting there. And I saw like what your work, and I was just kind of giving you advice on how to bump up your viewers, like what you should do to grow, because I have a lot of experience and I understand the YouTube algorithm very well. And basically, while I was explaining that to Tristan, y'all did something. This Tristan, you might know. Y'all were thinking of starting a channel, and then started to do like collaboration videos, and then from there, GMC was more of created, but not really officially made. It was just more of just a group call.
But first, it was like a setup. I was like making the images, the thumbnails, the profiles, banners, and whatnot, and just setting up everything.
I remember Tristan texting me and saying, what color should we put it? And I was like, how about blue or white?
Yeah, because I didn't know what would be a good color. I wanted to see what everyone would prefer. But even then, so of course after cross country we started a verse video, and so far it was all right. Just a little starting. We had like got the people who were originally in it just to start off, because we didn't want to go over. Well, I didn't want to like get too much people in here. It was just me, Lewis, Chris, Vasilis, and Anthony at the time. And then it got to a point where like, Juno, you had invited other people, right? You remember?
I think.
Yeah, you had invited other people that we had no idea who they were. And we just also went from there. And there was no issues at first, but it did kind of complicate things. So like, who's in what? And then at first we did have our first server, but it wasn't that like many people, and the first server didn't really do as good. That's why
it was a group channel. It was a group DM.
Yeah, at first, yeah. All right, yeah, I do remember that now. And then Juno, you know how you invited like literally half the people in here that we have in here today?
If I recall, I think.
No, I'm pretty sure you did.
Yeah, you invited like literally half of everyone.
Like I only know like a few people here, like Yessin. Like at the time, I knew Yessin, I knew Lizz, and Ernie and Vasilis, like the first original. But like rest of the, like Chris, I know you as well because you kind of jumped in as well while you were at our school. But everyone else, I do not know you.
Yeah. Now, regardless though of the fact that you invited half the people in here that we know today, at first it was no problems. But then when we had, I believe, our first server, I believe that's when shit started going down with certain people, which I'm pretty sure y'all remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like a history of drama and people disliking each other.
Yeah, it was like World War. It was like Civil War.
It was like that one individual who got assassinated, causing an entire war to break.
World War One.
No, even though we had some fun moments and we were still growing at the time, the issue was mostly because like there was hardly any communication, like who was being invited and whatnot. Because I'm gonna be real. When Liz was first invited into the group chat, I had no idea who that was at first. Like I knew of her, but I didn't know that was her. And then Juno, you had told me like you invited her and told her about the thing.
Right.
But you had told no one else.
Well, when I heard about it, I kind of got excited because new members.
But of course, there was no problems. Everything was pretty good and solid. But like, it got to a point like during our first servers, like everyone was just going at each other's throats. People were constantly mad at each other. People hated when one person did one thing. And then people kept going very one-sided and kind of were biased towards some others. And it was still like that throughout the following years.
So yeah, there was that whole discussion right there. Now, one of the things that did caught my eye, especially like even during this discussion, one of the members did talk about how at times, Tristan, all of us can be scared to tell things we're bothered about because if it risks just replacing us all. Now, and this is another thing I've had to like address to her as well, and to like everyone at least twice. And I've even had this I even like had a conversation with her before I like ended my friendship with her. Like, just because if someone was like removed at a point, temporary or even permanently, that doesn't mean I'm just gonna replace people. And I don't know why people in their group felt like I'm just gonna like start banning people if they do one wrong action immediately and then they're just gone for good. Now, when it comes to me in the leadership, like some people are willing of like a second chance, or like some people are just misunderstood, or like I try to like, because I don't like enjoy banning people. I just like try to like handle situations and try to just have a deep conversation with them. And then it's like people in the group were like scared to tell me certain things when it came to like either in the group or just some stuff personal, even as their like friend outside of this whole leadership thing. Because like I didn't really like how people just mostly view me as that more than their friend, but that wasn't the case. But but that was like later on and way past that. But like I even had this conversation like, hey, okay, so can we not like think like that, because if you the fact like you guys are like worried about the wrong things, instead of just having like a deep conversation with me, is just like the assumptions that I'm just gonna do this, like what you said and how you might feel about what I'm gonna do. It's kind of like a big assumption. But to be fair, there were like a lot of assumptions. Excuse me. There were like a lot of assumptions going on in this group, especially when it came towards me. And I'm like talking about like assumptions that were literally not true, and it was honestly a bit annoying. But I didn't even try to like let it bother me too much. But I've had the conversation with her again, and the conversation we had was very, very good. And I don't know about restoring my friendship with her, but I just mostly just decided to move on even after that. But we've already like addressed that twice, so it was like nothing to be like worried about. It's just like I didn't want people worrying about the wrong things or just feel like what I'm gonna do because of how they feel and like how they would view or think of me as. And it's like, am I like not your friend, or it's like, what even are we at this point? I don't really know what to say to that. Like, it still does bother me a little bit right now, but I'm just like, no. Okay, so the next topic I'm going to get into is the division between others and the favoritism. So, and this also like leads into like the ending of the group as well. So let's get into that. So the division between like everyone had like mostly started like since when the server started to die down. It was like either at least 4 to 6 people. Like some groups would like do their own thing, and then another group would do their own thing. Now when it comes to like collabs and whatnot, we would somewhat gather together, but even then it still like wasn't the same, and like people still had certain feelings about each other. And
you just said what was it? You just said how you get angry at me as if I'm referring to a specific moment, or like I said, there was a specific moment. I didn't say that.
Well, yeah, but then was it really necessary to say that I hated you for no reason? Like, I don't hate you. Like, I don't know what I did.
I don't know what I did either. It feels like you're constantly after me, and like you're always passive aggressive towards me, and like,
oh my god, I'm not. I am not. That's the thing. I'm not. It's just, I'm not. Like, at all. It's just when I see some of you joke, I like to kind of chime in, but whenever I do that, some people take it the wrong way. I don't have anything against you, but I hate when someone assumes that I do, even though I'm not.
Then why are you like constantly just passive aggressive towards me?
I'm not. That's the thing. I just talk like this. Is it because of my voice? Is that what it is?
No, it's the stuff you say to me and the way you say it.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what you're talking about now.
I don't know. Just in general, you seem to be against me.
I'm not.
Is that like how you feel? Like, is that how it comes off as at times?
Yeah. Like it just feels like you don't like me at all for some reason. And when you treat the others, you know, like they're friends and stuff, and like you don't treat me the same, you know.
You rarely message me, and half the time you're in calls, you're in there for like 5 or something minutes, and then you leave, and then you don't show up again.
You don't. What? I friend request. What do you mean I don't message you? I friend requested you. You didn't accept the request, and also whenever I did message you, you didn't respond.
Because I was doing something. Because I was busy and I didn't have time to text, and I just didn't feel like replying back, honestly.
Okay.
All right. We'll continue on to why you left.
The reason I left was because I just got a bit fed up with how the server was at this point. I realized that
even when I'm in here, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, why the fuck do I keep putting myself up with this shit when I'm constantly getting pissed off at these dumb ass things at times? So I just decided, fuck this, I'm leaving. I don't want to really go back, and I left because I just got a bit tired and annoyed, and I kind of lost my interest in this server completely.
Okay, can you like elaborate more on like what do you mean like you have to like deal with the shit in the server and losing interest? Can you like talk more about that?
Just being in lounge calls was fun, but it got way too hectic and a bit too hard to handle. And at times when there are some people who are like, I guess who are just starting shit, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. I just kind of hated the fact that like no one was really saying anything about it, so I was just like, fuck it, I guess I'll do something. Because I just got, I don't know, annoyed. Like, I tried to ignore it, but then, like, I was getting, like, I just couldn't, so then I kind of just got involved with it for some reason, which I don't know why. And I just wasn't having much fun as I was before, and I honestly rather just chill for the rest of for this year, because I already got to a point where I kind of almost wanted to, I don't want to say it, but I just got a bit fed up with how I was being treated in here.
And when you say you're fed up with how you're being treated, like, what does that look like?
Basically, like, getting assumed that I'm getting mad at people, or like whenever I'm getting mad at a game, I always get accused of someone saying I'm getting mad at them, but yet, like, no one has ever really asked me, like, how I actually am feeling in a way at all. Like, it's... Because if someone asked me that, then I could say to them, I'm not mad at you, I'm mad at the game, because I'm not saying somebody's name. I'm not playing a game and I'm going, God damn someone's name. I'm saying, God damn game, man. It's stupid. Like, if I'm not saying somebody's name, I thought, they would notice that I'm not mad at them. But at times, I've learned that I have been getting just somewhat of a misinterpreted of me getting mad, and they think I'm mad at this person, which I'm not. So I just got fed up with that, and I just called it quits at that point. As much as I loved having fun in here, I lost a lot of my interest because of like a bunch of shit, and I was just like, I'm done. So I left completely. And like, I'm even going to tell you this right now, I am heading to Chicago again. I am. Nice. But I'm going to be honest, I'm very reluctant on saying no now.
Is it because of certain people you don't want to see?
Well, after what happened last time, I wouldn't mind seeing more of you, but now I just don't. And I'm going to just say this, like, Ernie, with all due respect, please, I'm just saying this in a nice way, don't just randomly message me of like, when I'm coming to Chicago. Like, I don't know yet. Like, I get it, you were excited, but I didn't know when I'm coming. So it was hard for me to really think of that. Like, I know you said you wanted to see me, but like, there are definitely times where I just did not feel like I wanted to see you, and I had a bit of reasons, because I won't lie, the stuff you said to me that one time was a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie.
And what stuff was that?
What stuff?
So he randomly one time when we were in a call, if I recall, like I would recall correctly, that like I didn't know. I had zero clue, but then after the call, he went to message me asking why I was so shocked that I said, because I didn't realize and I had no idea. Like, I didn't know. So like, why did you message me if you were like, why I was so shocked about it?
Because I thought it was funny. You made such like a big thing about it, and I thought, wait, I'm not offended or anything if that's what you think.
No, I know that. I know. I was just confused. I mean, I'll admit this. I have I mean, to be fair, you really show emotions when it comes to calls.
That's because I'm usually tired and like I don't got anything to say. So what's the reason you don't want to see me? The same question. You didn't really answer it.
Why he doesn't want to see you?
Yeah.
Everyone has reasons, Ernie, and I'd rather not say them.
Okay. Well, I might have a question. Well, I actually do have a few, but I'll start with the first one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, has Ernie ever even caused any problems for you generally? Or, like, lately?
In generally, no, he is not. And I don't hate the guy, I don't.
Okay. And you don't believe there's, like, times where you have came off harsh and it kind of affected him, if not other people, in a certain way, though?
Oh, no, I have noticed.
Ernie, you got anything to say on that?
I mean, I could bring up certain times, but other people are here and I don't want to say them out loud.
Okay, now for another question. So Raven also said you mentioned something about nothing being done in the server or being handled. Can you talk about that?
Okay, this has just been that's even Chris has said that to me too in calls lately, and we've both been
do you want to both explain that then?
I'll explain my end, and then if he wants to unmute, then he can explain his.
Okay.
Basically, this is just something that me, Chris, and Lizz has kind of gotten involved with it too, and a bit of Juno, and Gabe. I don't know where he is, but I kind of wish he was here right now. And Chris has kind of said to me a few times that he feels like, and this is no offense to you, Anthony, he feels like Anthony, and even Gabe has said this, is it feels like Anthony doesn't really do a good job when he's community manager, but then I learned from Raven that she has told me that Anthony doesn't want to get involved when this stuff happens, or he doesn't know like what to do, which is like that's a reason, like that's understanding that he doesn't know what to do. But then that leads to a question: is why would he be community manager then?
Anthony,
there's a reason. There's a reason why I'm not really getting involved, and it mainly has to do with the fact that most of the time, almost every month, we're having issues with the server, like when it comes to community or dramas in the scenario. But honestly, this is something that should be discussed with Tristan, not me all the time, like what you're doing right now.
Yeah,
as much as you should refer to me, you also need to remember, I'm not staying here for long. I'm only going to stay here until June 5th when we graduate. I'm not planning to stay in the server for long. So I'm just trying to help Tristan out. So at least you get the talking to him.
I was actually going to ask about that, like if you were planning on staying for a while, or if you were going to stay until graduation, but I never had time to ask. But that is reasonable.
Okay, and when you say like Anthony doesn't handle a good job at stuff, what does that mean?
Like, I guess the only thing I really have to say is that I guess he's just, I don't know, like he's not, like I know you two really go in calls because I know you guys get busy.
We're not
it just feels a bit
busy. Well, mostly me. I don't know why everyone thinks that so much.
I mean, I didn't. I just thought maybe you had a job or something, honestly.
Buddy, I'm still at home doing content creation.
Fair enough. Doesn't that technically count as a job?
I mean, when you're monetized and doing the thing consistently, then yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
Depends how much you commit to it.
Yeah, fair. To be honest, like, I don't know about that whole not figuring out thing with Anthony. It's just Chris and a few other people have said is that sometimes when you or Anthony get involved with something, either some people take it the right way or take it the wrong way, but like it's like you said before, it's a server, and try not to take it seriously.
Okay, actually, that is something I do want to talk about.
Yeah, honestly, I was gonna ask about that. I was gonna text you that, but I just felt like, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. Whenever I'm like giving constructive criticism or like the honest truth, which is of course, it's going to be a lesson in life regardless. The reason some people actually take it in the right way is because they can actually get an understanding, right?
Yes.
And when people take it negatively, that's mostly because A, they're in their comfort zone, B, they're not used to getting told stuff like this in real life. 3, they mostly be on media than focus on real life stuff, and then a bunch of other reasons, but it can mostly be those 3.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it's like, another thing is like, y'all say like nothing's being handled, but yet y'all don't even try to contact or even talk to me. But even when y'all do, y'all feel like as if y'all say one thing, I'm gonna get upset, or like I'm gonna start banning people immediately. Like, I don't get that.
I wasn't one of them. I was just like.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying generally.
No. I get it. Like in general, you're saying like in general. I get it.
Because it's like you can't really expect like someone to handle something or someone to take care of something if you choose not to say nothing or even like speak on it. Because then it's just gonna most likely happen again, or like another situation, which is pretty stupid and not necessary.
In my defense, the whole reason we didn't really share the whole stuff was because it was around Christmas, and you were out, so we just didn't want to ruin the moment where you were out.
Understandable, but it's like I don't mind still being talked to. Like, y'all don't gotta be afraid to talk to me. Like, I don't know why people are for some reason. Well, certain people are, but like,
I've been awake for like all day throughout this like winter break, and then I'm like up really early in the morning. I can't go to sleep, and then I pass out like at 2 p.m. and and it just repeats.
Yeah, but it's a thing in life. Like, someone's definitely gonna tell you the harsh truth eventually, and it's just something you're gonna have to take in life. Because if no one's telling you this by now, someone's definitely gonna say it. And regardless if it's harsh, well, not every truth is meant to be like nice. Like, it's just something you got to understand in life one day.
Yeah.
Another thing me and Anthony have been talking about. Anthony, you want to talk about it?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about? Like,
mostly like how we can't always like help in certain situations if this stuff keeps continuing.
Yeah, so in scenarios where I'm not available or busy during the weekday, which is most likely going to happen, and Tristan's either on vacation and he's also not available, it's something you should also get the habit of also informing your the staff, like Tristan, me, or someone who may be a moderator in the future. You can directly message them. Like, it should be expected as someone with a high position like Tristan and or me. You should send us messages if something happens, you need to talk, or anything. You shouldn't be really scared to talk to us if you think we're going to disrupt our day. At some point, we're going to look at it later, but we're not going to get back to you immediately if that's what you're expecting.
And another thing is like some situations is like, no, I'm not saying that we're not gonna help you. In some cases, in some situations, we can, but it's like most things you're just gonna have to figure out by yourself, because like you can't expect like one person to keep holding your hand throughout your journey, or like just throughout the rest of your life. Some things you just gotta take care of your own, learn from your own mistakes, learn from others, and just take it all in.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that I feel like other people don't understand. Like, we don't mind helping, but it's like some stuff you just gotta just know your own actions, you know?
Yeah.
It's just something you have to deal with in life. Now, as for my next question, so you say you don't have problems with Ernie, so I do have another one. Like, do you have any problems with Yessin still? Because, like, after the last conversation, it seemed like y'all two had figured it out, but now it's like every call is like he says something and then you get upset and say some stuff, and I'm like trying to calm you down, and then you say I shouldn't start even though I barely have said anything. What's that about?
I mean, I don't have problems with him, but like, I mean, you saw what happened when, you know, when we were playing that time of Uno, and I mean, you saw how Chris reacted.
Okay, but like, it's literally a game. But, like,
I know, I know that, but like, after that whole thing that went down, and like when Chris got angry, I went ahead and just messaged him. Like, I went to message Chris, I asked him, hey man, like, what happened on your end? And then he was telling me like, oh, I was worried about, hey, but why did you last out at Yessin? And then he told me, oh, he called me. I was like, oh.
I did.
I'm sorry, as I can hear you.
I did. I seriously do not remember this. Chris, if you're listening, I'm sorry that if I did, but I honestly don't remember, and I'm sorry for whatever happened here. Like, genuinely, I didn't know.
I found him, but it was like a day where I wouldn't want anybody to see him.
I remember seeing you, like you, Tristan, Anthony, and Yessin. You three were in Lounge 1. I knew Juno was going to make the Lounge call, so I was like, I'm going to go to Lounge 2, so that way we don't interrupt you guys. Because you guys were playing Fortnite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like me, Juno, and Lizz were in there. We were minding our business, and then Yessin hops in. Like, nothing wrong, but we were like, he was just telling us about Fortnite and all.
I was asking if you guys wanted to join, because I know you always want to have community events and all that, and like participate with your friends. So I thought this would be a fun idea, you know, like we could all play Fortnite together. I'm sorry you didn't want to play it, but just
but then Liz said, like, Liz talked about saying like, oh, how Fortnite wasn't really fun, it wasn't that entertaining because the seasons were basically the same. Yessin was saying like something about one of the seasons, but then I said, no, not really. It's mostly just running around shooting dumbass. I used to like Fortnite, I will admit I used to, but I definitely dropped out of it after a while. The events got old, the seasons got old, and especially after they had a Skibbity tournament. Whoever started that idea was really stupid. And then the last thing I remember, Yessin got annoyed, and then he left. He went back to Lounge 1. I noticed Gabe was in there, so I didn't even bother. Gabe then hopped into Lounge 2 to check on us, and we told him we were fine, and set him up, but like, we told him we were fine, and Gabe was... Like, after that call, Gabe and me chatted. I asked him, like, I just got a bit curious. I asked him, oh, hey, what did Yessin say after he returned from Lounge 2 to 1? And then he said, what I remember Gabe telling me was that, oh, you know, just usual stuff. But he also said you were being pissy about Fortnite. I was like, really?
I mean, it was attitude again. You kind of were.
What?
Wait, what?
You said that I was complaining about you. Saying that I said you were being pissy about Fortnite.
Gabe said that to me. He said that when he told me that when you came back, he told me that you said I was being pissy about Fortnite, which, like, I was just saying that because, like, as a person who played Fortnite before but then stopped, I just didn't find it entertaining anymore.
Okay.
And then, like, but then a few days later, like, me, Juno, Beck, and Chris, and Liz, we were chilling in Lounge 1, minding our business. We were playing a game on Roblox called Block's Tale. It was honestly, like, a lot of fun. Yestin then came in, like, not doing anything, but then he came in saying, what's up, fuck? I'm like, okay. And everyone was silent after that. No one understood why he said that. We were all just silent. But afterwards, we kind of just continued. And then the next time, he then went losers. And then next time, he went And then I got a bit annoyed where I said, "Are you done? Are you done?" And then he was silent, and I was like, "Okay, that's what I saw." Because I was just like, Yessin, what the hell was that even about, anyways?
It's just how I greet people. I wasn't being formal. I don't have to. It was not serious at all. I'm just messing around.
Yeah, I know, but I get it. But it was kind of unnecessary.
Well, I don't know. Was he saying it in like a jokish way?
It was. I honestly have no idea. He sounded like
how I said it. Sup, hello, something along those lines.
Well, then I don't know, man. Either you're taking it personally, or I don't know.
I wasn't. Like it was. Like I did not hear that end point of like you sounding like that. I did not. None of us heard that. That's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
And then, like I said this to Raven was that, like the only reason I got mad at you when we were playing was because I just got a bit fed up because I saw if you hopped into calls, you were gonna go like, "What's up, C word? What's up, the other F word, or what's up?"
Last word, I'd never say that. I don't say that. That's not my thing.
It's what I saw. That's all. That was the only reason I yelled at you.
Okay, but
okay, so there was like a it's
a misunderstanding.
Yes, and like I'm gonna be honest about something. Yes, and I see you have Roblox on Juno's end. Why do you never ask to play with us?
Because it's
like
just
because Okay, let me ask this then. If you don't want to, what's the purpose of being in calls? Like, just to hang out, basically?
Absolutely. I enjoy hanging with people.
It's allowed for a reason.
I mean,
I get that. But then here's the thing. If you're that one person who's just sitting there watching other people play, like what are you going to do? Like, won't you just feel left out, basically?
So then
I'm chilling.
So if I were to join and then not have any of the games you play, like for example, I stopped playing Roblox 3 years ago.
Yes.
And the only games I really play now are either just Fortnite, Valorant, or I don't know what other game, like Splatoon. Those are my literally 3 main games. I bet not even one of y'all play any of those games. And then if I were to join, would you just ridicule me for that?
Topic though, but even then, Tommy, I mean, we've literally been in calls and we've watched you play games, you've watched Juno play games, y'all watched me play games, and we still had a good time, so I don't really know why that should be addressed. It's not really necessary.
I'm just saying it's just a bit like why have the app, but then you never use it, basically. Because then
I do. I really only have Roblox to play with my brother, and that's kind of really
but you got Juno added now, so you can try to play with us at times.
Well, if he has the game and just doesn't want to play with y'all, he doesn't need to play with you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying he has to. I'm just saying.
But in the context that just him existing in the lounge call makes it seem like it's mandated that he has to join you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright, look, regardless, it's not really necessary. I mean, like, if you can literally come into a lounge and chill, play games, watch, chat, literally anything. It doesn't have to be a requirement for you to join or be forced to play a game with us. Like, it's just, hang out, have fun and whatnot. No, what's another thing I wanted to ask? Hold on, let me think for real quick. So, Tommy, you say, like, you have nothing against Yessin, right?
Yes.
And then there are times where it's came out as if, like, y'all had issues with each other. And then it's like whenever he speaks, you would say something negative. Like, and this is not the first time, especially since we played Marvel Rivals or, like, a Roblox game in general. And then, Thomas, so the nicknames you be saying, it's not meant to be taken personal, just a thing you do, right?
Yeah. It's never any slurs or anything like that. It's just, and I still refer to people by their regular names too. I don't, like, intentionally go out of the way to say that unless it's like I don't meet it usually. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, and what else did I want to ask? And do you have any issues with Tommy or just anyone in general, or like?
No, but I'm like, again, like Ernie, I feel like he has something against me, and I really don't understand why. I mean, it's like whenever I try to joke around with like Beck or again Ernie, it seems like he has something against that. Just don't get a.
Okay, so like, do y'all both want to talk about that, like address that?
I mean, I just don't understand what if you'd be so kind to just explain. I'd go ahead. I mean,
like, is there like Tommy? Is there like more to it? There's something else. Is it more than just like just a Discord call and a drama situation in here? Is there like more to it?
No.
That's it?
No. Like, yeah, like, I don't understand. Like, at times, I've been saying I'm not against anybody, but half the time, I've been accused that I have something against them for probably the dumbest reasons. And I'm going to be honest, I also want to be honest about, I'm going to be straightforward and completely honest about this, is that, like, 99% of the time when I'm, like, not, like, I'll be honest about this, is that, like, I don't mind it. I don't. I'm not bothered by it. I'm letting it, like, I'm letting it be. That's the thing. But, like, I'm just saying, like, not trying to take it the wrong way, but every time when I do say something, someone sometimes would end up thinking I am, which that's gotten really tiring for me at this point.
Okay, because I was told another thing that something that you thought about. I don't remember if it was Chris or specifically Raven that told me. I do have a question now that we're on Lizz, though. Because it seems like, Tommy, you've talked about how, like, whenever you're in calls with Lizz and whatnot, and when Yessin would join in, you would feel some type of way about that. Can you, like, elaborate?
Oh my god.
This has, like, been, like, a thing addressed to me multiple times. I'm like, what is this about?
Why does that have to be one of the questions?
I don't know. It's because it's been unanswered, and it's like we never really got confirmed, or like Lizz has never even said herself if she's ever felt uncomfortable by anyone. So it's like, can we get a confirmation or like an update or something? Like,
and you're asking this for me because I chat with her?
You seem to have the biggest problem with that, I'd say.
Oh my god, I don't.
Okay, I'm not saying all that now. I'm just curious to like why that seems to be the case.
This man seems jealous when I brought up the gifts about Lizz when I sent it to her on her birthday.
Oh, right. That you did buy her that one gift that she showed us.
Multiple, actually. An art kit, a plushie, a Roblox gift card, and like a bunch of other shit I can go on for. Spend like over $200 for that.
Wow.
Heck, even a 3D printer saying of one of her characters. Yes, and I got two. One for me and one for her.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But why do you feel jealous about it though? Like, what's the reason?
I'm not. I was saying that Yessin sounded jealous. So when I notice in calls,
from the amount of times he joined whenever you and Lizz were there, or like whenever Lizz was
when I was telling you and Juno about the gifts, I noticed like the way he said anyways, it sounded like he was jealous.
Yes, and do you have an answer?
I had no such problem, and if I did, the only thing that I'd have a problem with was that I didn't come up with the idea, I guess. That's all. No malice there. I don't really care all that much.
Okay. It felt like as if the group was already falling apart. They've like talked to me about things about how nothing in the server or in the group is being handled or being done justice, or just being like done or handled. And then it's like everyone was so scared to talk to me about certain things, or just assumed like I was always busy, even though they didn't want to tell me certain things because they felt as if I'm gonna feel negative or a certain way. But like most of them don't even like respond to me. Like I know like they all care, but like it's like for some reason they're afraid to talk to me about certain things, and then like how they have a certain like, you know, like how they take like their feelings and emotions out on me, and then it's like the next day it's like nothing ever happened, and then they're somehow cool with me. It's like I really don't understand. Like, are we cool? Are we friends? Are we not? What about everything else? So it's never been like really made clear. Because another thing this group had issues with was like making up their minds and like giving like their full honesty, and then the honesty in the group was dying down. Everyone being truthful to one another, it was also dying down, and then everyone just coming together was also like just splitting apart. And this is like also where the favoritism starts to show itself more and more, because there have been bits and parts of that here and there in the group that I've noticed, and it's been kind of pretty skeptical. And where it's like mostly like showed itself is like during people's like different sense of humor. And look, everyone has a different sense of humor, of course, and that's not a bad thing. Like we all find different things funny and all, but it's like when it comes to a point where people don't like certain jokes that a different group makes different from, like, for example, I'm gonna do it like this: 1 and 2. Group 1 makes jokes that Group 2 doesn't make, and then it's like Group 2 like makes their own type of jokes, but then Group 1 doesn't really say anything or doesn't mind them. Or it's either Group 2 makes an exact same joke or something similar. And then it's like that's where the confusing part begins. And usually Group 2 will either like find at least 1 or 2 people, like they'll nitpick each person on their like sense of humor and saying that's like not funny, or they're confused about the joke, they don't understand it. And it's like few months, well, either weeks, months, or like just after, they'll do the same thing that you do. And that's where it gets even more confusing, and it's like they're not really making up their mind about that. And it's like at the same time, it's like one or 2 people at least in Group 2 would like go in the general or like the memes or I don't know, anything. And it's like you see these 2 people in Group 1, you hate their jokes, you find it to be a type of stupidity, you find it not funny, it's just something like you just don't enjoy it at all, and you would just point it out. Like, sure, if you don't find the jokes funny, then you don't have to laugh. I mean, no one told you to laugh, or you don't really have to interact with them. And this, like, you kind of, and you claim to like chime in on it nowadays, but like, it's like you should like be more honest about it instead of like just going quiet and acting like you just don't like certain jokes that people make, or just I don't know, you should like be more clear of it. Now, although, because 2 members, Anthony and Ernie, well, Anthony's not a member, but so 2 of them, if not other people, can literally make one goofy joke, like a meme or something, right? And then it's like you hate that, or you're just questioning it, or you just dislike it. Now, if someone else were to do it, the same exact thing, or they claim that they're the one that made the idea, you just be okay with it. It's like, what? And look, Tommy, I don't mean to call you out for this, but like, there have been moments and parts where it's like, when it came to humor, it's like, I get it. Like, there's a good and time, there's a good time for jokes, there's a bad time for jokes, and some jokes are just not funny. I understand it. And I've said this before, like, you don't have to laugh or enjoy them. Now, when it comes to, like, dark humor, some people are, like, mixed on it. And it's like, there are very bad times, but it's like, everyone's more used to, like, dark humor or just any type of humor nowadays. But, like, the thing is, Tommy, is like, when it came to, like, mostly the boys, like Anthony, Ernie, me, or sometimes even Juno and a little bit of Thomas, like, just do some goofy stuff in the general here and there. It's like you've questioned it so many times, but yet you want to chime in, but it's like you've never really been honest about it. But if it were like Raven or Lizz, you wouldn't even mind. Now, when it came to mostly Anthony, and to be honest, there have been times where Anthony has gone like a little too goofy, and I have to like tell him to chill out and not to do this, this, and this, and I have to like even limit him sometimes because I don't want him to get too much excited with his permissions. Like there'll be times where it's like I'm like, okay, that's cool, but then there will be times I tell him to chill. But like when it comes to him or Ernie's humor, and I get you say like you never really understood them, and I feel like that's something you could have talked to with them about it as well. And it's like it doesn't really make sense because it's like how can you hate one person's joke, but if someone else does it that you talk to or very close with, you don't mind it. And it's mostly either Raven or Lizz, and it's like, don't you think that's kind of a bit, it's like there's favorite. It's not even just a favoritism in that. There's like a bit of biasy in there as well. It's like you shouldn't like, you know, just treat people like differently, especially like on their sense of humor. Or like if someone's doing the same thing, it's like if people like to do something that they find funny altogether, it's like you shouldn't treat each person differently about that. And now for the times like where there's been bad jokes and been very out of pocket, that has been like, and this is going to be like also explained like during the stage call as well. Like I'll admit that time it was like a very bad time and it was not the best, but we resolved it. And then having to talk with Anthony and then having to talk in the stage call, it was all resolved later. So, and then when it came to another one, which was, well, this one was like a misunderstanding. So I'm gonna just show the image right here. I would explain in more details, but I feel like you can get the context and just like in case like certain things, like I said, that are personal that I won't talk about. But yeah. So like there's been misunderstandings of humor here and there, but like you even then it's like you could all have like a different sense of humor, but if you don't like enjoy everyone's different like persona, humor, or anything else except it just doesn't really matter. It's like you can just, don't have to laugh, you don't have to like point it out constantly. If you like want to chime into it though, like you claim, it's like you would have to make up your mind about it. There have also like been moments, not only favoritism, but like the bit of bias in there as well. Is also like moments where you have like found these things funny, and then people found these things funny that you didn't like, and then it's kind of like it's just not really worth arguing about. Like I can understand if you don't enjoy a certain thing, and I get that, and I really wish you would have referred to me more about it. But it's like when you enjoy a type of humor, and then some people like to instigate on it as well, and then we're going back to group 1 and 2 for this one. So it's like if group 2 likes to do this, and then it's like group one doesn't really find that all cool, because it's like depending how you're joking about it as well, or like not even just joking, but it's kind of like being a bit too harsh, just like or just like you know just trying to like treat someone like you know sh- very badly, and like for no reason, and starting unnecessary arguments. And there's been many examples of that as well, like for instance enjoying someone going at another person's throat over some gameplay or just any activity in general that you find funny. But if someone were to do the same thing to you, and this and let's be real, that would have not been a good thing. And to be honest, you probably would have even been upset about it and tried talking to people about it. And now, with a part where I mentioned in the beginning of my video, the manipulation, it's like after a drama situation, it's like people would either explain what happened, their point of view and perspective, but it's like there's difference it's differences in it, because like people would explain it in a way they would tell a certain group. And if we're going back to group one and two terms, it's like if everything happened between group and one and two very badly, but then one person in group two explained what happened, but in their own certain type of way that they want to hear it, even if they were the one that caused the drama, started the arguing, or chimed in into arguing, or just, anything. It's just like they would mostly listen to that person, and then for the other group, they would be very one sided and say, like, oh, yeah, we understand where you're coming from. We understand this and this, but you should think about how this person feels. And then it's like you kind of went, too harsh, or it's like it came out in a more negative way. I mean, did you even bother to get everyone else's side of the story, or even tried listening before like just taking sides? It's like you can't just like take sides and just listen to one and one person only if you haven't got like the full on story, and just decide to like, move on, and then just claim that and say your own opinion about it to like group one without having like the full on story, or just like, getting to understand what happened for like each person, or if, everyone ha- is like talking about the same issue, but they're not trying to like change it up or say it in their own way. They're explaining all, like everyone's just explaining like what all happened, but it's like you gotta be like, it's like the most important thing is like just listening. And it's like when you don't listen to other people, and you're mostly just listening to one person, then the whole group just sticks to that one person, how their side of the story was, and then they get very one sided with the other group. It's like that's where favoritism comes in, and then that's how it's kind of like a bit manipulative as well. And despite, even if everyone in the group is different, or like has like different humor, different personalities, or just like anything just different, it's like, and depending, and look, I know in some friend groups some are different and they treat each other certain ways, but like if you're not willing to treat others with respect, or like treat others the same way in groups equally, and you're just treating like half your friends like very well, having a good bond with them and everything, and then you're treating the other people that you claim you have no problems with, but you still have like treated them kind of harshly, badly, or anything like that. Or it's like that's not a good thing. And this has happened with humor, joke, like just any humor, activities, gameplay, and yeah. I mean, it's literally all, and it's like if you watch any of the videos, or like watched our content, or like any live streams, you would probably see some hints in there as well. But like regardless, everyone should be treated equally and not treated differently. And it's like, even if you're not friends or close with people, it still doesn't really give you a right to treat others like differently, of course. And for people who've been treated differently in the group in harsh ways, or like just had not very good experience in here because one person or certain people, or just like in generally and like how they've been feeling deep down, like I do feel bad and I wish I could have done more to help on that. And it's like, I don't understand why it's like some people, it's like, even if they acknowledge their mistake, it's like, don't you think you should like at least give an apology? Because it's like, like even if you haven't, because like, for example, you treat someone bad, right? Now, a few weeks afterwards, or even a month, it's like you acknowledge the mistakes that you've done. And it's like, if you've known that, then like you could have done so much to make up for it. But like, it's not that hard to say sorry either, or just have a deep conversation with that person, and all would be good, you know? Like, it's just good to be on good terms with people, and just being on bad terms with them, especially like for no reason. And if you have your own personal reasons for like not wanting to see others, not wanting to be friends with others, and not saying that you have to, but like if you have your own reasons on like why you don't enjoy certain things with this person, then it's like okay, but like still no reason to like, treat people differently, harshly, or just bad in any other way. Like, not only what you just do, but like what you also say to people, it also does come off very negatively. And there's been examples of that too. In effect, like people have encouraged this as well. It's terrible. Like, why would you encourage this person saying this and this? Like, shouldn't you like think, you don't like think of like how that could have been anyone else in that situation? Or like even when it came to me, because like I have been treated kind of, not the best in the group sometimes, but yet people still claim to be pretty cool with me. And it's like, dude, what? Like, are we even like, this is like, what? And at this point, I just don't even like understand. When it got to the point, like after some talking to others about, and just after talking to someone and getting the best advice from them, and like them understanding like how I feel, and then what it's like for like to move on from certain friendships, then that's when it hit me. And then I just had like a lot of thinking on my mind, even if this group was still gonna continue despite the success we have like made, like hitting 100 subscribers for the very first time, and then we still kept on going and doing activities together. So then it was during that day on January the 27th. Well, actually, this is like actually I believe it was like a day before that, but that's when I had like ended my first friendship with one of the members, and I had like one of my closest friends happen to tell her for me, because I felt like if I had to have been the one to tell her, she probably would have took it very negatively and probably would have assumed some things that I would have said next or assumed about her, like she has like done before most of the time. And yeah, so after my friend had told her, she did like start to feel bad about it too, and she was willing to like have like a open, deep conversation with me about it. So we had a deep, long talk about it, discussing every issue that's happened with us personally, like how she came off towards me at certain times, or like why she felt this and this and this about me, or would assume this, and just trying to get some understandings with like other people's and like how they've been treating her and everything. Because, like, it was just something I was, like, worried about for her, because I didn't want her to feel as if anyone in the server was making her uncomfortable or, like, trying to, like, take control over, like, her life, even if she might have the closest bonds with one person, like, to, like, not let that person, like, take over and have more control, because you're still your own person and your own human being. And honestly, it's like you should still, like, take care of yourself and do what's best for you, and you can always make your own decisions, etc., etc. And then after that conversation, we started having more deep talks for an hour. She did apologize to me, and she even talked to me about, like, wanting to get the whole group back together and get things back the way they were, because she didn't really like the ending of a friendship. Now, I was a bit mixed on it, and I kind of did, like, agree with her on one thing, as much as, like, I did want to get the whole group back together, like, good times and making memories. It just wasn't really gonna feel the same, and I still didn't really know what to decide. So after that conversation, we had stopped there, and then on the day of January 27th, after talking to someone, getting advice, and telling them how I ended my friendship and how I might consider moving on and doing some deep thinking, that's how I went to two of my friends in this group and told them, and I asked them hypothetically, like, how would they feel if we just, like, ended the group, like the GMC, like, forever, and just moved on. And I was being very serious about this too. They didn't mind, and they even thought, like, we didn't really need a whole channel or anything just to be friends. And yeah, I agree with that. Because, like, the channel was not, like, meant to, you know, form friendships. Even though we did, like, form friendships and meet some people in the community, like, we were still friends outside of that, and we, like, still had good memories outside of the group. And it was just, like, the channel, the server, everything was just, you know, to do something and to build, like, a community, and just, you know, try to see where that goes and takes us, and then just doing something all productive together and just make some even more good memories. That was the whole point of it. And I'm honestly gonna miss those memories that we have made in the group, even though if things have gone negative. And yeah. So then we had a Discord conversation. I had made the announcement, of course. And then also, so I made the Discord announcement, and then we all had a deep conversation about it. Some others felt pretty good with it. Some were very mixed about it. Some others didn't really take it very well. So, like, we've had a deep conversation about ending the group, in all honesty, and being honest with each other, and we all came to a decision. And then it was going to be done. So I had started, like, deleting the Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, everything, but I had, like, announced them before the deletion. Although everyone did want to keep the YouTube channel, because like, that's where everyone can remember all the good memories that we've made, and I understood from their perspective, but I personally did want to delete the channel that I created for the group at first, because, like, it was that time where it was just, at this point, we just had to move on, especially since everyone's so divided and doing their own things now, and we're gonna be doing our own things later, like, even after high school, or, like, whatever people want to do in their lives. Like, it was just sometimes you have to make a sacrifice, and then you just gotta keep going in life. And I'm pretty sure everyone, well, I already know because I am, but I'm pretty sure everyone else is as well. But I believe that they also don't want those memories to be destroyed, even if things haven't always gone right. So I understood, and I'm like, okay, so we'll keep the channel, and everything else will just be gone. Now, I do have a lot of pros and cons when it comes to the group, so I'm gonna list them all here. My first pro of the group was, of course, the good memories. Like, despite everything else that happened negatively, there have been some good memories and some very good moments, and there's even been some, like, very wholesome ones, especially when we got to, like, meet up with each other, which is also my next pro is the hangouts. The hangouts we have in IRL is fun and all, like bowling, birthdays, arcades, movies. Like it's a fun get together, you know? And then just getting to spend time more with each other like after school. The first time when we spent time with each other, and this was like during the I would say my favorite personal hangout is the Super Mario Bros. That was like my favorite hangout moment. Just like when it was the like four of us, but then it started to build on more and more. And then the homecoming moments were also fun as well. And then even though I wasn't never at the mall, I did enjoy seeing others having fun at the mall and just, you know, doing their goofy shenanigans. But those were very wholesome and nice. Then my next pro was some of the gaming activities. I mean, because like, even though some of us don't have a lot of games and some of us do have certain games, but we mostly play the one common one, Roblox, of course. But we do what we can on there, and then whatever games people find entertaining, we do it all together. And it's usually fun sometimes. So I don't really mind them. I like, if I had to say like my favorite gameplay, it would probably be the Pillar Chase 2. And then for my next pro is, of course, and this might be a little bit surprising, the EXE series, even though it never got finished. Like, even though, yeah, there was some problems behind it, working on it was very interesting and it was something new that I've never done. And me and Juno, I do wish we could have worked more together on it. So I do give credits out to Juno because he did start it. And then when we started working more on it and trying new things and start doing stuff with our editing, that was like the best thing. And I enjoyed the his series with his video and then his return. Those were very good. And then when I did my first EXE video to his POV, it was like something new for me. But other than that, it unfortunately came to an end. But you know what? I enjoyed working on it with Juno, and I'm glad this was something that we got to do that was new. And then, of course, the funny moments behind the scenes, especially like just during all the enjoyable moments. And then the collabs, like collabing with other people and then like getting my friends to meet new people that I know, like the YT squad or just any other content creators that I know of. And then just doing some activities together, you know, getting people to know and meet each other was cool. And I honestly like the Among Us collabs, the Buckshot, and even the new game, I believe it's called Liar's Bar. Yeah, Liar's Bar, those were like my favorite collabs that I did with the others. Now, as for my cons, well, we should already know, I should just list them right here. Now, as for things I wish that I could have done differently, or things that I wish was differently, but like before like all the drama and chaos like started, because I know like eventually when it comes to friend groups or just in general in life, there's gonna be drama or some type of chaos gonna go on. Like it's expected, but when it's like a thing that happens like constantly or like weekly, it's just like it's can get very tiring, and it's like it's just a lot to deal with. But if I had to like done things differently that could have avoided at least like a majority of it, some things I would have done was, for one, set a limit of members. Like if we had that done set earlier, or like I should have like been more like, I feel like if we agreed to set a limit of how many people were going to be a part of this group, then it would have made things way easier, especially like at the very beginning when I created the channel and made everything for it. And as for people who weren't members, like they could like still be like supporters and, you know, still joining the activities. That's fine. Just like we need to like keep in track of who's what. And it's like, because like even in descriptions I've listed who's members, who's community members, and just who's not like an official GMC member. If we had done that earlier, I feel like that would have made things way bit easier. and then we could have like talked more if we wanted to expand the limit, and then like invite people to be a part of it if they wanted to, and then it just would have made things way more easier and less complicated, so it didn't like expand way too much. And then another thing I wish I could have done differently was be more active, like 24/7. Well, even though that's not like a good thing, and that's probably not something I should do, but like still, I feel like it could have helped because like even though yeah I'm active on Discord, I still like focus on my other things outside of it and just getting like my life together. I just mean like active around towards the drama because even though yeah I can respond quickly to the drama, or like if someone's telling me a problem, it's like I'll eventually solve it, but then there's like certain times where I might have to handle it later because if I'm like having to do something. Now, even though people may assume that I'm always busy, that's not always the case because like you even if I am, it's like people can still like reach out to me, and it's like I just wish like I could have did a bit more to like solve like what the drama was, and then just to communicate more with people on it. Well, I do, but it's like I don't really get as many responses back, or it's like it just doesn't get brought up ever again for some reason. But and that's another thing. But I probably should as well take it easy on myself too, because I felt like as if people were like taking this leadership role on me a little way too serious, and then it just started to complicate things a bit for me. But my friend did give me some advice and then tell me some positive things that I never even knew of, and things that I may not be aware of, and it really helps me out a lot. So probably I would say like just balance, like trying to take some action as well, which is another thing because I've taken like a lot of action whenever something went very wrong, and I just had to like put the foot down or just solve it and handle it quickly, and then talk to that person afterwards or just like a bit before. But I feel like I could have just like balanced it a bit and not just be like wait, too much on the action because I don't want to stress myself out too at the same time. Basically, just like balance, like being active and taking action if something's going wrong, and then just trying to see what we could do to solve, you know. And then another thing I probably could have done was find ways to make the community more welcoming because like while like the community had its dramas going on, it was like also new people coming in too. And I've given them like introductions to the server, but even when the drama was could either happen afterwards or a bit before, I felt as if I were to find a way to make it more welcoming and not have them be in a situation where they have to see, you know, drama, arguments, and just a lot of chaos happening. Like if they want, or like just asking for like even some feedback on what I could do to make it more welcoming and just make it more like a safe space or like a welcoming type community, just something that people you would enjoy and decide to hang out and get to like meet new people and do activities, just so it's not like people are not getting treated harshly, badly, being offended, or just not, or just basically being treated like how others want to be treated, more respectfully and everything. And then I feel like for some like limits, limits would have been another thing. Probably should set up limits for like individuals as well. And what I mean, like for example, when it came to like Juno having his co-manager role or Anthony having his community manager role, like I did set a bit of limits here and there, but I feel like I should have did a little bit more and thought about what limits this person can have, especially how they say, how they respond, what they do in the server, because I don't want them to get too excited with their power or too comfortable, not just abusing it for the fun.
because the reason I gave those roles was for people to help out, but like the help hasn't really been helping. Well, it doesn't really make sense, but hopefully you all get what I mean. Now, even though Anthony, he's done his goofy moments way too constantly, and I have to set like limits and tell him not to do this or that, he still found ways to like help out, like making the server more of a community, making new channels, even some unnecessary ones, but also trying to add variety and try to like solve some issues in a way and teach me a few things on Discord that I didn't know, which is very helpful. Juno, on the other hand, he was able to help out too on the server as well, and especially like come up with some ideas, channel, and like I believe some channels as well. But then it's like at points where he's got cocky with his role, or like talking about another person, like how they're not doing a great job or not helping out with the server, for example, or just taking the role a bit too seriously. And he's like taking like the leadership thing like the wrong way, because leadership is about like sticking up for one another, working together with others, trying your absolute best. There's like a lot of things you need to know when it comes to leadership, and it's just like also advocating not only just for yourself but for others. It's like a lot of things. I can go on and on, but it's just at times he hasn't really kind of made that really he's like, because like even the information I give to him, and it's like how I try to like confront him about his certain actions with the role, or just like how he's taking over bits and parts here and there. It's like all the information, the positive, the feedback I give him, and the advice. It's like I give him all the information, right? But then not even a day after all that information, it just gets tossed in the trash. And it's like there's still more confusion. So yeah, I feel like definitely could have had more limits set. But then when it came to one certain point where I did have to take his role, which I will get into in a minute. Another thing I could have done as well was lower myself being like way a bit too, or like a way too generous. I should like even though I try to show generosity, or like just give people second chances, or like try to like have a conversation with them and not go to all that harsh route. It's like it's mostly feels like people just take that for granted now, and they just act like nothing ever even happened, especially from the times one of the members kept leaving and coming back because of a situation, and then giving his answers which don't make any sense at all. Or just like some people, like, forgive and forget, but even then more problems just build up into it, and it gets even worse and worse. And sometimes I feel as if maybe if I wasn't like holding all in, like what I like the thing is like you the things you say versus the things you wish you could really say with honesty, not like in a negative way, but just a straight up way, but make it more, not just more like positive, if that makes sense. Like, and then another thing, I feel like I probably should have like waitlisted some ideas that were given to me, because even though some ideas were very creative, like the community server, or like the EXE series, or just like anything in that matter, for example, because even though I feel like we were gonna have a server when we first had like our server, we could have like waited on the community for at first before we decided to build on that. But we did do the experiment and then things still went wrong. I feel like if we had waited first and then talked about it more, so even though we did talk about it with others and announce it, I feel like we could have like gone deeper into that conversation, and then know what to expect and what not to expect, and then just like list each individual's ideas for a community server, Like for the EXE content, I feel like we could have like talked about how we want to set it up, and then just like ways we can work on it as well, or like how would that go for the channel? Because like me and Juno did list our ideas on how series would originally go, but then because of all the drama, the story and everything had to change most of the time in very last minute, and it's just like working on a story for it was very exhausting too. Like, and I had wasted all that just for the group to like just shut down permanently. Now, as for like my leadership role, because like ever since I started to do this thing in my school called Senior Leaders, like it did teach me a few things, and especially like things that I never thought I would do, but I got more out of my comfort zone with doing. And then I still do some of my leadership roles here and there, and I don't like take it full on seriously, but I try to like step out more of the comfort zone and then like try to be the best improved version of myself, or like just taking the next step in my life, and then just trying new things and then just doing the best I can. Things that could help me, things that could help others, and then just learning things or two about what leadership is, and then just having to work with others, like problem solve, come up with solutions, and then basically it was all just like brainstorming ideas. And then the challenging part for me was to present my ideas personally, because I always felt like someone else's ideas may be a bit more better than mine. But it's just thinking of like solutions. It's not about like who's better. It's just about just working together. And I think that maybe there are a few things I could have learned a bit more, because even though I learned a lot about things, I just wished like I haven't missed a step, or I could have like gotten more advice that could have like helped me understand, and maybe could have like helped me at least make some better choices as well before like having to go straight on with a solution. And I just wish like there was like also some feedback given as well. If people had like certain feedback they wanted to give me, and some that have been helpful, but others that's not really anything to do with it. Now, before we get into like the final conclusion and my final thoughts on everything, I actually do have a piece of advice or things I want to say for those who might watch the videos. I'll have the names listed right here. Just like my piece of advice and things I want to say that I've never really got to say to each person, or things I might have said before, but like ever explained on fully or opened myself up to. No, I'm not saying this as like a lead in a leadership way. I'm just saying this as in their friend, or at least some I was their friend. But we'll get into that in a bit. But if they ever do watch this video, then hopefully they can understand where I'm coming from. And just so we're clear, I'm not coming off in a harsh way. I'm just coming up full honesty. I'm just gonna be straightforward on it, and I'm gonna just give my feedback, advice, just all that. So yeah, let's get right into it. All right. First and foremost, Juno, if you were watching. So look, man, I wish I could have told you this in person. I plan to eventually, but it depends on when you see this or not, or if we even have a talk together. So first and foremost, like we've been friends for a long time, especially since like freshman year, and I still enjoy those moments, and especially the times you and me have done stuff together. I've gone to do stuff for you. You've done stuff for me. Came up with interesting ideas. I came up with my ideas. Just us working as like a duo together. Not even just like in the YouTube thing, but just outside and being friends, of course, and just having our fun moments and everything. They're amazing. But it's like there have been times where it's like you've kind of like just
not been you. And what I mean by that, I mean it's like you start to act like different people, and then it's like you just partake in anything others do or say, and then it's just also not even that. It's just like you don't really try to be your own person, you try to be like anyone else, and it's kind of a bit obvious. And it's like how the reaction you have afterwards when someone tells you this is like you don't really, it seems as if you just don't care, or as if you're still confused. And it's like I've told you this like amount of times as well. And it's like moments where it's like you've tried to take things for granted. And what I mean by that is the leadership role, trying to be a co-leader, trying to like, you know, trying to like handle stuff on the channel. But then even then, it's like I haven't gotten as much help from you, or it's just like the stuff I try to bring to you now that you've loved working on and that you also wanted to work on. It's like it's just been me doing most of the work now. And it's like I don't know. It's like our friendship now, if not like the last few days, has been pretty off. Because if you've like noticed how I'm like around towards you, it's like there have been times where like I don't want to talk to you, or it's like I just wanted my space. And I may have not told you that now, but I eventually am telling you now if you watch this, or if I just, decide to tell you in person. And like, no, like there have been moments where it's like you've kind of have been very cocky, and it's like you get too confident in everything, and it's like, remember how I say how you partake in what others do and act, you don't even like try to form your own type opinion about it. You just list off others and you don't really think for yourself. And it's like it's kind of giving like how you have that bit of favoritism in you, and then it's like that ego that I've seen from you, and especially since I took your co-manager role, not to mention Poppy Playtime, or just us playing Buckshot Roulette, when you've said and brought up stuff about me that was so unnecessary, and most of the time I'm just either chilling or just trying to vibe with y'all. It's like some things you say and do is just like very unnecessary, and then you just do it either annoyingly or just to like piss people off. And now look, I'm not saying this as anything towards against you. I'm just coming off like man to man. I'm just like coming off and like how I feel about it, and it's been shown so many times.
Juno, I do want to like actually apologize on my end for the like giving you a role, because like the reason why I'm apologizing for giving you a role with all that power and whatnot, because I felt like, and because of like how things been lately, like I think like even though I've taught you things like leadership wise, editing wise, content wise, and all that, even though I feel like I've taught you some things and that you've managed to handle well, I feel like there's some things that I've also explained but you've still not been able to understand or like elaborate on them, or like some things I haven't taught as professional, or like more importantly, and that's where I apologize on my end. Even though yes, I've taught you some important things that you've managed to handle, some things I feel like as if you didn't really take as well. Some things I forgot to mention to you and I didn't do as professionally. And that's why they gave me like senior leaders for for like my junior year, and I've been like trying to learn like what's the best leadership, and that's just like working well with others. And there's been times where I've worked well with others in here, but then there's also been times where it's like it's mostly just been on me to rely on everything else, and it's like I haven't really had the best of help in certain situations. And it's like I felt like, and I'm not want anyone to take this personally, nor am I gonna say names, but like I felt like some people in here have changed up to a point where it's like they've gotten way too comfortable, and it's like no one really seems to bother. Like they're just in the lounge call doing the same thing. No offense, and I'm just managing everything else. Even though I try to have like some fun activities with y'all, but like even then, it doesn't really feel as the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just want to really just encourage this. This, as much as y'all just stay here and do lounge calls and that, etc., you need to remember this is not just like a group DM. This is a community server based on the channel brand, and this is so. Just because you have a higher position in what seems to be just a group DM, you should still take the role when you were assigned based on what the original idea of it was, because it may just seem just some like friend chat, but like as I mentioned before, it's a brand basically, and it's not really something you just take ownership just because you have the ownership and don't really put to mind about the actual channel of what and the reason why we have this entire server in the first place.
And another thing I like to add on to that, like some people, like some of y'all should already know. Y'all should have to like y'all should know about this already, because I'm pretty sure your mom and dad's told you even before you came out there. But anyways,
okay. Where are we going with this?
The point is I'm trying to make is like you should already know how to take responsibility for your actions and things like you've caused, even if you don't mean them intentionally, but still. Because like no one's gonna keep solving your problems for you, nor are they gonna take accountability for it the whole time. Because that's also again how I've felt. I've had to like handle people's certain actions, and it's like, how can like someone actually just like say sorry or my bad for once? Like, damn. And that says a lot, because I'm telling you from that one person, like, no offense to Habit, but like, and I mean, don't get me wrong, he's gotten better. He's looked like he's gotten better now.
Mm-hmm. I've seen him. He's doing a little better now,
and that's great.
Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I'm glad he's doing great, especially even though he's not in here. But I think it's also a good thing, because that way he can work on himself and reflect on himself more better outside of like Discord. And remember, just so y'all know, I don't ban people intentionally, personally, or for like any of that shit. It's for like actual reasons for like what they've did, or like if they just seem to like not understand their actions or have consequences and whatnot, then you gotta go. But if they're like also learning to reflect afterwards on what they didn't do better, then that's great. But if not, then it's like life's gonna be a pain in the ass for you.
Honestly, to best summarize, if you really want to know the deeds of the situation, it feels like we've mentioned this joke many times before, especially for the people who's been here since the beginning.
I swear to God, I'm talking to a brick wall.
No, it's like a kindergarten school, bro. It's like kindergarten here. There's an issue, you talk to the staff member, but at this point, it's just whoever has the higher position, bro.
Yeah.
That is kind of the situation we're having here.
And another thing I don't want people to do is like, and Juno, this is something I want you to understand, and I'm telling you this as your friend, and truthfully and personally, like, you need to like, and I should say this for everyone else too, mostly you need to keep yourselves very humble. Like, and the reason I say that is because we have a channel that's almost at 200 subscribers, we're building a decent community on the server. It's like, and mostly for you, Juno, just because we have all that, you can't be like getting too comfortable with it, and you can't like focus too much on about like power, whatnot, taking over, leadership, and in like the not serious ways.
And a really great example, this is kind of what we've been trying to allude to, is you remember your birthday party you hosted?
Yeah.
I if you don't know, your entire birthday party was branded based on GMC, right?
Oh yeah.
Wait, was it a theme or was it brand?
It had your logo. The thing is, when I don't remember who, might have been Raven. When I was shown the images of the party, I asked Tristan, didn't you pretty much create GMC's like whole assets and everything?
Yeah.
And I asked you, did you have any affiliation with like collabing with Lewis at all with putting this up?
The Love City stuff, no, because even though I was on vacation, that Love City, I don't like know of it too much personally, even though Juno has told me about it. But like, what they do is cool and all. And look, the theme was pretty cool and impressive. I liked how they did the cookies, the cake, the cups. It was actually a cool theme, and whoever did that, that's impressive. But there is one slight thing that it's...
No, Trish, I was about to say, Lewis did say that to his mom that you created the logo and everything in the channel.
That's
I still give credit off and everything, so.
Okay, that's good to keep in mind. And look, I love the little theme you did. Whoever printed and did all that stuff, tell them I say good job. I love it.
Yeah.
Now, if it's ever anything with Love City, it's like you gotta at least form me on, or like just let me know what's up, because I don't know too much about it. Like you like know more about it than I do, so maybe you could like teach me and keep me all knowing. But continue as you were, Anthony.
Yeah. So like, at least this is kind of just a thing in general. If you're gonna be using someone's brand or just kind of just overall like piece of thing that they're known for, at least get their permission first,
or just like, or credit at least.
Yeah, like at least give like let them know that this is like co-signed by Tristan, bro.
Like, there's nothing wrong with choosing things for your birthday, of course, but if it's something like as if something like someone worked on. I'm sorry. I keep thinking about what Ernie just did, bro. It's no.
I didn't even notice.
The fact he had the balls to do it, I respect it. I respect it. But like in some certain cases, like if it's like us, like of course, doing stuff like this on YouTube, and it's like something that someone made, and if you're gonna use it for like a type of theme or whatnot, at least do give credit for it though.
Because honestly, from an outsider's view, it sounds like it's your brand or your channel, which it isn't. It's a part of Tristan's whole.
But it's still like something we do all together. That's what I try to focus on as well. I just want to make that clear, just so you know. But I love the theme. I love the shirt. Okay, so the reason I took your role, so you say you have no idea, right? Okay. Here's the reason why I took your role. And no, it was not because of Buckshot. No, it's because it was not personal. It was for reasons which others have been noticing as well, and I'm not sure if you have been noticing as well. I did mention earlier how you get too comfortable with your permissions, and it's like you use them as if you don't care, or like you just do it way too much for the funny. And there's nothing wrong with funny moments, but like there are limits, my guy. And then it's like you have this permission as if you have the higher power, and that's kind of a problem.
Like it kind of seems like you own the entire thing.
It's like you need to keep yourself humbled. Alright, because having an ego is already one bad thing, and trust me, I know about those. And look, there's good sides to an ego and there's bad sides to it, and this is something I've actually learned, because I didn't even know there were good sides to it. But I'll give a few examples if y'all don't know. Good sides to egos are like thinking as, for example, you're a good person, you're a caring person, you believe you can achieve greatness. That's a great ego, right? Now, as for a bad ego, those are stuff as if like I have the higher power, I'm better than this person, I'm gonna take over this and that and do this better than that person did. Those are types of egos. That's the bad ones.
Yeah.
And it's like there's nothing wrong with helping out, but it's like you need to like limit yourself and and humble yourself. You can't just like go around bragging and taking this leadership thing way too seriously. If you want to learn good leadership, you could ask me. One of them is like, just like I said, working together with others. And of
Or you
course,
can ask me as well. You can always ask me.
And then another reason why is because, like, of course, I don't think you're ready for the co-manager, and I don't even know if I'll even make another one. Because there's probably a few things that I haven't really told or taught you properly, or gave you, like, tips of. And that's kind of where I blame my part at. So, yeah. And look, I know you've told me multiple times you have stuff you got going on personally, right?
Yeah.
So now is your chance to talk about them, because I want to get an understanding of what's going on. Because I felt like our friendship's been a little bit of a drift at times. And it's like, it's kind of been a little bit of a rise and a fall. And I know I wasn't able to come to your birthday, but there were times where I felt like if I did, it would have been awkward and I wouldn't know how to address this, or like how our friendship would be. And I love our friendship, but I don't want it to be where it's like falling off, or like, you know, one person trying to be better than the other, doing better stuff than them, whatnot. I just want to be like more focused on working together. That's the main part.
Juno, and this is my last say to you, because I know our friendship is drifted off a lot, and I had to end it for like all the reasons, like things that just like felt right for me, and just being, you know, self-persuasive. It's like I gotta focus on me now, and it's like I gotta mostly trust me and just like trust my gut on this. And Juno, I'm not like, everything in this discussion is like not to target you or like put you on blast, but just to bring awareness to what led to our friendship drifting off. Because I've noticed this for a long time, and I really wish we could have put it back together. But just doing a lot of thinking is, I just know it's not going to work. And I'm sorry that I'm ending our friendship, but it's like, it's nothing personal though. And Juno, from my experience with you, you have been the most caring person. You're very creative. You come up with the most intelligent and amazing ideas that I never knew of. And I thought were pretty impressive and pretty amazing that you've done, from even the things that I've taught you to do, and then things that you've taught me to do that I never knew of, even if it came to like editing, making content. But then of course there have been times where it's like you've been way too cocky, and then it's like there's been other times where it's like some activities we're just chilling or just vibing, and it's like nothing too crazy happening. It's like you try to bring up certain stuff, even like about me, that I'm not even doing, because usually there are times where, yeah, I can have my childish moments, or even times I can like make the most funniest jokes, or like just stuff out of context, like nothing too crazy, or just trying to have fun and get, you know, just trying to have fun with everyone. But then there are most times, and I hardly even do this now because I hardly even make jokes anymore because of reasons like this, or just like in general, like with the experience in this group that I've had. It's like, I don't know why it's like you try to claim to be something you're not, and then it just gets to the point where it's like you're not even the person like I like, the good, the caring person, the person I trust, and then you having someone's back no matter what. It's like I don't see that person that you claim to be.
First, okay.
I mean, I'm not leader, so
I mean,
you are the leader of. Not anymore.
I meant the person who made the damn.
I'm not leader anymore because of this boy.
The leader of the game. Damn.
You're welcome, Juno. I saved you there. That's. Yeah, you did. You're gonna shoot me now, aren't you?
Yes,
Yo,
leader goes on.
Oh shit. Anyways.
Damn.
Why are you not shooting me?
That's personal reasons.
And another thing I was really tired of was these dumbass arguments that were so unnecessary. Like, I don't even know why I even encouraged in trying to, like, say something in my defense or, like, just go, like, straight into the conversation. I could have just ignored it, but it's like, it was gonna happen regardless. And then, you know, people were still gonna talk some certain type of way and some certain type of shit about it. So, it's like, I don't even know why I was trying to, like, you know, go into it. So I just decided to, like, either back off and just not even continue with the argument because it was just pointless at that moment, and especially with, like, other moments when it comes to just, like, playing games. And it's like certain games now I only just play by myself because, like, it's never really been the same after. Like, I did, like, start playing other variety games with, like, people, like, I know in my family, but it was, and yeah, those were some fun moments, but then, like, at some point, I kind of just missed, like, the moments where when I was playing or doing activities with others, it was either chill, there were funny moments, no one was, like, having any problems, or, like, there was no drama happening. I just missed those moments because all I ever want to do is just have a good time. But then it's like when negative shit like this has to happen, it's like I was so done with it. And then it's like, why do you, like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you acting like this? Like, Juno, like, stop trying to be something that you are and just be your own person. Like, have your own opinions and everything. Like, sure, there's nothing wrong with agreeing, but, like, if you're agreeing with someone too much or being very one-sided and you look at things one way, but you claim to be open-minded, but still are clueless and doesn't, like, want to, and doesn't, like, help out in, like, the best way, and then you want to claim that having my back in certain things and that you care, it's like, dude, because now at that point, it was just kind of bullshit now when I look back at it, and I was just so, like, I was literally on my own doing everything else. Now, Juno, despite all the negativity between you and me, in which I hated so much, and then it's like all the dry moments and our friendship falling down, and I'm not saying you're a bad person, but it's like the things, certain things I experienced with you, certain things you have done and said, and then it's like the way you kind of, like, leech more towards people's opinions, and then it's like not really forming much of your own. You still mostly go off what one person says. Like, sure, you'll probably say some stuff on your side, but you more often look at one person's point of view and you mostly just stick to that. But yet when you want to claim to be open-minded or, like, you understand, it doesn't really seem like that, especially from the moments like you haven't really, like, paid attention, or it's like the moments where it's like you really don't just seem to care. But despite all that, you are a caring person, and you are very creative too, and you, like, support and care for your friends as well. But just don't be caring and supporting certain friends of yours. Like, you do that for all your friends. Don't just be, like, nitpicking, or, like, don't, like, encourage people for their, like, wrongdoing. Like, you know, like, you have to, like, keep yourself in check, and, like, you need to, like, acknowledge that by now. Because if not, then you're just gonna basically just stick to being a yes man. But other than that, just make sure you care for everyone and everyone closest to you. Like, it's important to be there for the ones very close to you and support anyone who's also, like, you've had good moments with and they've supported you back. So don't only just treat certain friends away and then treat another group of friends another way. So be very open-minded, and, you know, help everyone, not just people you're just having very close with, but and just everyone that you have the best bond with.
That's just my only advice to you. And if you want to know true leadership, it's not always about taking over. Because there have been times where you've kind of like try to take over, try to take things without my permission or even crediting me, or like even times where it's like you've kind of been using your role to do whatever you want with it and then use it for the wrong reasons. And that I cannot trust. And it's like every time I've given you information or tried to tell you, it's like it either seems at times, and I'm not saying that you are, but it seems at times that you don't really care. And then there's other times where it's like you say you understand, but even then, it's like the next day, it's still the same thing, and it's another talk to. And I'm just tired of it, to be honest. And look, I respect you as a person, and I'm sorry about all the things that you're going through in your life. I wish I could have done more to help out, because even though I've showed my support, I feel like there's something more that I wish I could have done. But at the same time, I've had my own issues going on. Personally, like outside of doing YouTube and everything, even when it came to just school or just my life in general. So I'm not gonna get too into it, but I really wish we could have like helped each other out more and been there for one another more, especially when it came between you and me. But I already knew it was too late, and then the only best option for me personally was to just end things here. And I have my own reasons why. I already addressed some of them, but you know the rest. And I know that we don't even talk much anymore, nor do we even like play anything together or do an activity together or even try hanging out. And I think it's best that way, because now this just gives me the perfect example that I need to be careful who I trust and my closest bonds with certain people. And depending on like all the advice I give them and support, I don't want that to be taken advantage of, because it's been shown that numerous times, and it's like the second chances I gave, or if not even more, it's like people just take advantage of that now, and I can't trust that. So now I have to be more, or not more, less generous than I've been like in the group, giving people chances. And that's how I'm gonna have to keep, that's just something I'm gonna have to keep in mind moving forward, because then that just leads to like people being manipulated, lied to, taken advantage of, and then the whole cycle just keeps repeating, and I can't continue with that anymore. So that's my only advice to you, and I hope this is something you can understand, especially in the DMs and what I texted you. I hope one day everything I've told you so far, and this is the last and forever time I'm telling you this, and I hope one day you understand it, and then you can just reflect and look back on it. Now, Liz, now we've had our conversations before I decided to like end the friendship between you and me, and then when I was in the process of writing down that whole as paragraph for you to read, because I know that telling you in person, the chances are it was most likely going to go bad. So that's why I did that. And I know we've had a call on FaceTime about it too, and we've had a deep conversation, and I'm glad we did. We were able to listen to each other and hear one person out instead of like getting upset too easily. And I'm glad we managed to talk from both our perspectives and understand from both each other as well. Now, regardless of the fact, this damage was still kind of done, and it felt like the friendship, or at least the friendship I thought we had, it felt more like it was just very complicated. And it's like with some of my experience with you, supposedly as like your friend, it felt like most moments it really didn't feel like that. Not to mention every time when it came to drama, of course. And then it's like stuff I've wanted to ask you for like a long time to clarify things, or like just to get an understanding. And
it's like I've still never really got an honest answer. It's like I don't know what else or what other words you want me to describe it to you as. Like, regardless whether you want to tell me certain stuff or not because you're afraid of me or not, and then it's like y'all choose not to say stuff to me because you feel like, once again, I'm either gonna ban you or I'm gonna take it negatively. Or like, even when y'all like don't say stuff to me that's going on, no one really communicates, and it's like I don't really know how else to help if there's no communication, because if there's no communication, then how are problems going to be solved? Because actually I do have a follow-up question regarding to why we're even here right now, and I do actually have a question for you, Tommy and Liz. I'm just curious to something.
Oh, sick. What?
So like, whenever it comes to situations, I just want to know, like, why is it when I explain certain things, it like gets taken negatively, but when Raven does it, regardless if it's similar or just the same stuff I say, y'all don't take it as like harsh, or like y'all don't think I'm calling you something negative like a botter or like saying you're overreacting or whatnot. And like, she has to explain it in a way for y'all to understand, but it's like nothing else happens after that. I just want to know, why is that the case? I'm curious.
When you're trying to explain things, you can't always like. It doesn't sound like it's going through like a good way. It's like not too bad way.
Wait,
It's not just me or Tommy. It's also
your mic.
I was gonna say.
Okay, well, Tristan, it doesn't always happen just to me and Tommy. It also happens to almost some of our friends here too. Even sometimes at Chris and Juno. So don't think it's just me and Tommy at all.
Okay, well, I'm just curious, but like, don't you kind of like see like how like, regardless if someone can say the same thing as me, it's like somehow no one takes offense to it, and you have to talk to one person just to get through the other. Like, don't you think
when it should be just Tristan receiving that information?
Like, sure, you can talk to anyone. I'm not saying you can just talk to one person. You can talk to anyone if there's an issue, but like, if someone explains one thing, but like you don't understand or don't take it positive, but if someone explains the exact same thing and it's someone like very close to you as well, it just feels like, because it's like, for example, if you raise your hand and you tell a teacher an answer, the teacher doesn't bother, but if someone else says the answer, then the teacher starts to care, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's literally the exact same thing you said. That's just what it feels like, so I'm just curious to why that seems to be the case.
Right, Tristan. Not everyone can take things seriously when it's always being led up to a bad thing.
Okay, but like, what is, but that doesn't make sense though. Why? I just asked a curious question. I'm just curious.
What did she say?
She said not everyone takes everything seriously, even for certain situations.
Okay.
I mean, that doesn't really answer like my question though. Tommy, like, have you like also felt the same way, like how I explain things, but then when someone else has to explain the exact same thing I said, you don't take it as negative? I'm sorry, what? You cut it out for a bit for me.
It's hard to explain in a way, that's why. It's just when you're doing it on
there are times where like you haven't really been full on honest with me, and then it's like there are times you act certain ways around me, like negatively, like you don't want me to be anywhere around you, or like there's been times where it's like conversation, it's like there are moments where every time we're just like chilling in the lunchroom, for example, you would mostly imply, like, remember how I talked about like majority of the jokes like you didn't find funny or all of that, you would take certain terms or make the exact same ones or similar, and then you would try to imply them too much on me, and then some other stuff, and you would assume a lot of things about me that I would either say or do if I'm just chilling or minding my business or even doing some work, for example. And it's like, it was a bit annoying, and it's like, I'm just like trying to chill, because look, I know like I'm mostly the one who makes all the funny or out of context jokes, you know, just being myself, but whenever I'm not doing those and I'm just trying to chill and all that, it's like it's very unnecessary, And it's like, can we just talk about something else? And even after telling you certain things, it's like, I don't know. And then it's like our friendship didn't really feel like a friendship, especially when it was like dying down. And it's like I wasn't really feeling the vibe anymore. And I've already explained the rest to you. And I know that now you start to see more towards like my perspective and everything, kind of very last minute. And look, despite everything and how you felt about me negatively because of the things you were going through personally, like, I'm sorry that you have personal things going on as well. But like taking that out on me, especially when it has nothing to do with certain topics or discussions, or like even when it came to mostly around either Tommy or everything, and you would kind of like assume or imply a few things that I never really said anything about you, like me calling you a bother, saying that you're over exaggerating and all that. I never even implied that. And it's like, for some reason, in your mindset, you think I would just apply anything negatively. And then I've always wanted to help you in case anything was going wrong and to check in on you. And it's like moments I did, I still always supported you despite even if the times you treated me negatively. And honestly, as much as it did like have a little effect on me, like not in a good way, I didn't really try to like mind it too much. But then it's like every other time, the next day, you just act like if we're cool and this nothing ever happened. And those are things I do not like in a friendship, to be honest. And look, I know we don't talk anymore, but if you do watch this, my only piece of advice to you, and I've told you this before on FaceTime as well, of course. And look, I know you mentioned like when we were in a call once, you talked about how you want to bring things back together with the whole group and all our friends. And you can try, but like the chances of that of happening are kind of less now. And it really depends because like some of us are like already divided. But it's like if you fixing friendships or like relationships, it takes a lot of things like communication, honesty, being truthful, respectful, forgiveness to others and ourselves, and of course just trusting one another. And the thing is like you are a caring person, you are very creative, and you comfort anyone who's ever going through a hard time. But also make sure you also take time for yourself. Because despite how many challenges you have and people may help you and you may help them, some challenges you will have to face alone. And it's like you can't always be someone's holding hand for like their whole journey. Some things people gotta learn on their own. And if you need help sometimes it's okay. But like don't be afraid to like ask or like feel like you can't trust certain people. But also make sure like the people you're comforting are not getting too comfortable so that they're not like being more like controlling or just affecting like your day to day. Because like despite like people that have done you good, there are times where it's like it kind of shows like you have a lot of your time taken up by one person, and then you don't really try to like do stuff on your own, or like just try to like take the time you need for yourself, like mentally. So it's like don't be afraid to advocate for yourself the same way you try to advocate for others. Also, when it comes to like helping people, make sure you know why exactly you're helping them and not for the wrong reasons as well. Like don't always stick to one-sided, but even when you're very open-minded, don't like keep reaching for like an open-minded space, because eventually like you're gonna have to close the door eventually and finally come to a whole conclusion. So it's like you gotta like try to make up your mind, and please be very like truthful to it as well. And I hope you're doing better now, but even then, it's like despite how much I wish I could have helped and supported you as you did the same to me, it just felt like as if you didn't like have any type of trust for me. and it's like I started to lose the trust that I had for you and all the support that I was providing and giving for you as well. Like whenever you were feeling negative, but hopefully one day you see this and then you can understand. But I hope you're doing better now, and I hope you're taking care of yourself. So make sure you continue to do that as well. And I hope the rest goes well. Now, Chris, despite many complications we had, especially with the experience with you, I'm glad like before we brought you back in, like you were improving and doing well. And even though we only had you as in the community role, but then Juno jokingly gave you the GMC role, even though we didn't make that decision yet for some reason. He basically just abused his permission. But despite that, you've brought good memories in here too, and the discussions we had, I'm glad you were able to be honest with them and straightforward, and then just tell me from your point of view, but like also explaining some people's point of views as well, and then just wanting to get to know stuff and things that are going on. I feel like the communication though sometimes could have been like way better in some moments, and it's like I glad that you're very neutral on the whole drama shit, but at the same time, it's like be aware of how you come off at people, and then despite how people may come off at you, make sure like you're not getting affected negatively about it, or if like something's going on, there's no need to like, you know, argue with people or, you know, start arguments or get frustrated with people. Just like simply talk it out. Like I get it, like being frustrated for reasons like being muted and all that can be annoying, and then people not be able to hear you out. But at the same time, like you can, like, I'm not saying that you don't have a voice, you obviously do, but like make sure you also hear other people out and you listen like very well, because then that's good communication, because like interrupting or like getting upset too easily can just like destroy the whole conversation. But I'm glad you're doing good now, and I know you've had issues with certain people in the community server as well, but the fact that you and the other person were able to solve it and like was able to settle your differences aside, that's a good thing, and that's a start. Even if you're off to a rough situation or like having like issues with a person, don't be afraid to communicate. And if you're able to communicate and resolve things, especially with each other, then it just makes things a lot more easier. But I'm glad that things are going good for you now. Ernie, when you first wanted to join the group despite knowing all the things that were going on drama-wise, situations, and then things that were just causing too many problems, and then how people would treat each other, sometimes despite all the problems that you knew was going on, you still wanted to join and still wanted to be with your friends, including me, and try to like make some good memories, and then just, you know, be yourself, and then try to bring, you know, your funny moments and come up with even some ideas for content, or just do activities together that we can all enjoy. Now, I do want to apologize that if at least people in this group, not everyone in the group, but some people that you might know in the group that may have treated you kind of shitty or treated you like very differently and unfairly, and like had a type of bias towards you. And I'm sorry that that's happened and you felt that way as well. I really wish like I could have done more to help you. And despite all the negativity that you got, you still made some positive impacts in the group. You still gave us some positive things, such as your tier list ideas, some we can all do together and enjoy. despite how people may have gotten upset with one of them, but you still continued on. And then, of course, just, with the memes and everything. And at the end of the day, like, the things you've done and the way you've helped out too, the advice you gave, and then you speaking up for yourself, even if no one else even if no one else like heard your voice or like understood like your perspective, and you had to come to me about it, like I was able to understand. And regardless, even if all the bad that came towards you, I've still been there to support you. Some others in the server have been there to support you, and I'm glad that you're not afraid to defend yourself and you advocate for others whenever someone's trying to bring negativity to them or try to bring them down or treat them a certain way as well. And that took a lot of leadership right there. And I'm glad you were able to advocate for not only yourself but for other people. So please keep doing that and keep doing what you do. But also make sure to like, keep yourself like, there's nothing wrong with defending yourself or speaking out about something, but make sure you don't get too like comfortable with it or like try to treat others badly as well or try to affect them negatively as well, despite even how much you might despite how upset you might get because of certain stuff or like certain people. Like, still stay humble, but open yourself up in a more positive way, in a more understanding way, so that way your voice can be heard. Same thing with you, Yessin. Like, you know how to advocate for yourself and speak up for yourself whenever people treat you wrong or negatively, and that's a good thing, especially advocating for others and understanding people's point of view and being more open-minded, and then giving advice and feedback is a good thing as well that you have also done. So continue to advocate for yourself and don't let people try to tell you about how to change your personality, even if they don't like it. Because so far with my experience with you, you have been one of the most chillest, funniest, and cool people that I've met online, even though we still haven't met up, but hopefully one day we do a hangout. Because I know you've been able to like hang out with the others, but we still haven't done a hangout, but hopefully one day. But regardless, I want to thank you for the support and the advice you have given to me and to other people as well. Even when they were going through things personally, people were able to take that positive and understand, and you've been able to like fix like, it's just situations between you and another person, and was able to like bury and put differences aside, and then things went good from there. Now, despite for those who may have treated you like negatively before, said negative things before that you may know, you've still been able to handle yourself, and you've still been able to take good care of yourself, and you still are standing, and you still keep doing what you do best. So keep at it. Anthony, you have helped me a lot with the server and trying to manage things to get better and try to have hope for the server, and hopefully things and problems and situations get resolved. You are very helpful, and you know how to manage things very good, and especially when it comes to serious stuff. Now, as for your goofy moments, you do bring positivity and laughter, but at the same time, it's important to like limit yourself from being a little too goofy, because like, despite how you may have helped in the server and taught me some things, there are also been times where you've kind of went a little overboard with your permissions as well. I've had to limit those, just the same as Juno, before I had to like take his role completely. And now that you're doing better with limiting yourself, I mean, you still got progress to work on, but as long as you're able to balance fun and serious moments, then things will be pretty much easier. It just takes just a perfect balance, and always make sure you know what you say before you say it, and just learn from your mistakes, because like times where you kind of like
do go out of pocket, or sometimes you might even like upset one another because of how much much of the active goofy shenanigans you do in the server is like, make sure you focus more on helping as well. So it's good to have goofy moments here and there, but like I said, it just takes balance. But thank you for the help that you've provided in the server, despite it still failing and going downhill. You still managed to help me find out some solutions, and then just come up with ideas to help the server the best way you can, even if some channels were kind of not necessary, but you want to add variety and just to make things more fun again for everyone. So it's like not so much negativity happening in activities. So I thank you again for your help, and I hope you're doing good as well and you're taking care of yourself. Yeah. All right, Tommy, I hope you encounter this one day, and I hope you're doing good now, even though we don't talk anymore. Now, I know you're very confused to why I ended my friendship with you. If I'm gonna be real, in full honesty, like, yes, even though we've had some chill moments here and there, and then some negative moments, it feel like we didn't really have much of a friendship, to be honest. Cause like, it felt more as of a acquaintance type thing more than like a friendship. And then it's like, I know you've gone through a lot of personal stuff, and you probably are doing better now or improving in a way. And despite how there have been times not only you came off to others, but you came off to me negatively too, it's nothing like, I'm not upset about it. Like, even though, yes, it made me feel ways at times, like, I just ignore it, and I know you acknowledge your mistakes, and you don't mean to come off negative towards people, or like, even when people like assume that you're always upset about something. And here, I've heard you out a lot, and I've always wanted to get your side of things before like everyone else would just like say stuff as well, because even though tell me a lot of things and like the things you're going through, why you're upset, and certain activities we do, or like just things you got going on, is like, your voice deserves to be heard too. And some things I'm able to relate to you, especially for like getting assumed like you're always gonna get upset at something
when I'm tired. But
okay,
every time
that's
someone
understandable.
It's no. I want to explain something actually. This is the problem I had when I was in calls. This is the exact reason. Every single time I sound like this, someone would just say, "Oh, I sound angry," but I'm not. Like, I'm genuinely not. And like, I can see why you're asking me that. Like, I'm not angry. I talk like this because, one, it's very late. It's late where I am, and I don't want to wake anybody up in my house. And two, I just don't feel like raising my voice when I'm doing something.
You know what? That's understandable. I just think the reason why like some of us ask that is because sometimes we might either feel some are curious, but like usually when I ever ask, like, I'm just a little bit worried, but I'm also curious. We just don't know if you're like.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. It's just there has been times where I've been in here and I have been falsely like said that I am angry. Like, I'm just gonna bring this up. One time I remember me and Juno were fighting each other in a game called Realm Rampage on Roblox, and me and him were fighting. I remember Ernie and Yessin were in the chat too.
Raven.
Yes, I remember they were in the call. They were trying to encourage Juno to try to beat me, which was fine. Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you two encouraging him. I didn't find anything wrong with that. But then, after a bit, after we got done fighting a bit, you both said to me, why do I sound angry? I'm like, I'm not. And then you guys kind of kept going like, oh, you sound angry, Tommy. I'm like, I'm not. And then after a bit, I actually did get angry because you two kept jokingly saying that I sounded angry. Like, I get it. You guys were joking, but like, I really just did not. I just didn't understand like why you guys thought I was. I get it. You were making a joke, but like it wasn't funny for me at all.
Okay.
Because I get it. Like I get it. I might sound angry, but like I've never really been asked if I actually am angry at all. Because like let's take this. Like Tristan, remember what happened with Pillar Chase and Vasilis thought I was yelling at him?
I think so.
Yeah, and like he thought I was yelling at him, but like then I told him my reason. I told him I was mad at the game, and he understood that. He misinterpreted the whole thing. So then I told him my reason of like what happened in the call. Like me and him called after I was banned from the server. I told him I wasn't mad at him. I was mad at the game. I didn't think I didn't really think when I was playing because we were all trying to have fun, and I was also trying to explain, you know, the rules to Raven. But I mean, you guys kind of all talked over me, so it was hard for me to explain that. And then it's just like I hate the fact that sometimes I'm in here. I always get assumed about my voice saying, oh, this person's angry again, which I'm not, because I just talk like this whenever I'm tired or I just don't want to be loud. But sometimes I get assumed that I'm angry, which I'm not. I just don't understand why no one bothers to ask me like if I'm mad at something or if I'm actually angry.
Yo, Tommy, I'm gonna just relate to you right now. I felt that same way too when people ask about my certain tone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, because it's like, because the difference is, it's like you gotta pay attention to like, it's that if you ask the like, this is something like Tristan. Let's say you're getting mad at a game, right?
Yeah.
But like you're getting frustrated, but someone comes in asking what's going on, and then you say to them, "Shut the up," but you don't actually. Like, they're like, "Where did that come from?" They're like, "Sorry, I'm just getting pissed off at this game right now." They're like, "Oh, okay." Like that would make sense, but like if there are people who kind of just assume you're angry like all the time, then it really just ruins the fun. That's how I felt, honestly. That's why I've been leaving so much. I hated that most of the time I go into these calls, I'm gonna get assumed by some people that like, oh, hey, this guy's angry. Let's just let him lash out at people. I'm like, come on, man. Like, come on.
Okay,
So,
I will
all
say
that time.
this. Like, people definitely shouldn't assume. And, of course, like, that should already be known. And you are right, like, just because you might sound some certain way. Well, it really depends sometimes, because sometimes even if you sound a certain way, but people will assume how you sound and then, like, how you reaction is afterwards. Like, it's still important that you should keep in mind of it, because it can still affect people in a way, or like, you know, still come off as negative. Like, there are times where like I come home from school and I'm tired, and my mom would ask like what's wrong with me, because of the tone of my voice, and I just have to tell her, like, I'm just tired. Like, not just because how I sound doesn't mean I'm having an attitude, or like I'm just mad at someone.
Because you're like mentally exhausted from school, basically.
Yeah, but then there's also at certain times, because even if I sound the same way or not, like, I still have to keep in mind of how I say things, because someone could be worried about me, someone might feel a certain way about me. It's just still something, like I said, it depends, but it's still something you should like keep in mind. Because you should already know, like, you know, getting angry at people or certain things shouldn't always resolve stuff. And you are right, people should probably ask and not always assume. And I think that's something, like, we should, like, all work on.
That was something that just, like, that was actually something Lizz said to me. Or even, heck, even Raven said this. Raven and me were chatting earlier, and Raven even asked, like, said this to me, is that why do I always get assumed that I'm always angry just because of my voice? Which, okay, I admit, yeah, I can get angry, but I'm not always targeting somebody. I'm either getting angry at the game or at times.
When people are angry, you usually don't, like, I'm sorry. I expect people to not lash out, because I have been raised with discipline. I have a lot of most of the things I do require discipline, and that's what I built myself on. And that's why I don't choose to get angry at people a lot, and that's just why I try to be calm when I play video games and stuff. And that I feel I have to expect other people. I expect other people to feel the same and not. I get that you're angry, but you gotta sometimes just step back and take a breath. That's
that is
something you have to do.
No, no, dude, I get that, but there has been really bad times where you have said something and it set people off. You set me off when me and Juno were playing 4-2. You set Chris off when you accidentally, when he was worried about his, led him to lash out. Where that went wrong, I was going to say something, but I was like, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. And then, like, there's been, like, in cases, it's just not best to engage with somebody who is already who's about to hit, like, a breaking point. And you have, like, you've done, like, I get it, you want to feel, I understand you want to feel included, but there are definitely at times where it's just best to say, like, okay, this person's angry, I'm not going to piss him off.
Okay. Go ahead, Vasilis.
He's just trying to say that don't say anything when it's like the bad time or something, because you might set him off.
Exactly, exactly, Vasilis. Thank you. It was just like, I'll admit this. I fucked up with the whole, so like the stuff was like with the Hasbin Hotel. That was on my end. I admit I fucked there by yelling at Vasilis. I still feel regretful for that day, and I would even rewatch the whole thing again if I want to. Like, I definitely would. But like, there are definitely at times that I have caught on to things that are like, that is just, it's always like, when I hear Chris getting mad, and like I hear Chris and Juno going at each other, I'm not going to engage with that. I find it hilarious, and I kind of like to just laugh at it, because, I mean, those two go at it at times, and it's just hilarious as hell. Just seeing them go back and forth in certain games makes it hilarious.
Can I add on to something real quick?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Because when you mentioned like people going at each other, there are times where it's got out of hand, and
that I agree on, because I'll admit, like, Tristan, I'll tell you this: at times when those two have gone at each other, I kind of try to stop them at times.
Yeah, but like also like when it came to us playing Buckshot Roulette, like the way like Juno like tried to go at me on certain stuff and call me out for stuff that's like unnecessary. And what I mean by that, I mean like times where I'm like not making dirty jokes, not making immature jokes or whatnot, or like something I done like weeks or months ago. It's like, bro, it's unnecessary.
Can I be honest about something when that happened?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be for real. When that whole thing happened with Buckshot Roulette of you, me, and Juno, I don't know what happened there, honestly. I knew, like, I just thought maybe Juno was doing a joke mood, and then, like, when I said, oh, hold on, I'm texting my mother, like, I was actually texting Liz, telling who should I shoot, and when she said you, I'm like, alright, and then I shot you, but I didn't think he was gonna shoot you as well. Like, I wasn't expecting that, because I thought, oh, he's about to shoot me now, and he shot you. I'm like, okay.
But like, look, if you two still think I was mad about Buckshot Roulette, that was not the issue.
No, we didn't think you were. We just, when we were talking about it in the chat, we just found it hilarious that, like, of your reaction of, like, we found your reaction hilarious of what you said to Juno, and you were like, you are I was laughing my ass off still.
Okay, but to be fair, I was actually pointing that out as a fact, because like this is another thing that I've noticed that Juno's
I'm gonna be honest. I can agree. I don't know what he was doing when that happened. I was like, okay.
This relates to one thing that I've been talking about as well, about people being very one-sided, just like in general, and that shit can get out of hand. And it's like when you try to tell a person, it's like all the information that goes in their ear, it just goes out the other one. And Anthony, I'm pretty sure you can elaborate on that.
We've had many conversations with many. Sorry, by the way. So we've had many conversations with many people here before, and sometimes we feel like our conversations aren't truly heard. So we're still thinking of ways to just seeing if we can make a more healthy and more make a better community building up. Because honestly, I don't know how Tristan, you've been doing this for 3 years. Bro, I don't know how you've been doing this for.
Dude, I mean, literally, with so much experience and the amount of friends I've had growing up in middle school, like, there are times where I've literally just questioned my insanity. But if you want to really know the real reason to that, let's just say, like, ever since, like, people have came at me about, like, not handling certain situations in the way I did for reasons and whatnot during this group, let's just say I've kind of had some emotional moments, and I just been putting those aside whenever people got mad at me, people didn't like what I did in here, stuff and whatnot. I just been putting my emotions aside and then just focusing on building the group.
Yeah, I get you, man. Having a community is hard.
I've never told y'all any of this, but that's how I've been feeling for like 2-3 years. Even.
Yeah, that's fine, man. But also, Tristan, Ernie has a question.
What's up, Ernie?
My mic was off. Okay. Okay, Tommy. Look, I just want to say, I know you're not mad at me. I know you don't hate me, but I do want to say that I am sorry if I have ever made you upset at me, or if I've ever done anything to you that has made you feel uncomfortable. The thing is like, you know, like that time on Gmod, I wasn't mad, you know, I was just screwing around and stuff, you know.
I know.
And like yelling.
You kinda, it sounded like you just raised your voice when that happened, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Tommy, even though we may not talk anymore, from our last discussion, I will say, like, it's important, and I'm glad that you've got to open up more about it too, because I know there's been moments where you have opened up and told us how you felt, and then there's times where it's like you haven't said a lot, but you weren't also too honest about it either. And I'm honestly glad that you're making progress now, and I hope you're doing better mentally, emotionally, and just in generally. And you have, and despite everything you go through and the things you have to go through personally, don't ever feel like there's not people that are there for you, because even if the times you've came off at me negatively when I tried to help you and give you the best advice, and I did all I could, and maybe some others too, but there's also been certain people that have helped you as well, even if it's the same advice or something similar I've gave. Like, despite all that, like, I know deep down you are a good person, despite many issues you may have or other challenges, and like all the misunderstandings we've been through and everything. Like, I just want you to keep in mind, this is my advice for you, is to just, like, you know, be more open with yourself and be more honest with other people. Like, there's no need to, and like, I get it. Like, sometimes we all have our moments where we're upset, we don't want to talk with other people, or we may not always get along with certain others. I get that, and that's reasonable. But that's why it's also best to communicate, because if you can communicate more, and you're as long as you're being honest and truthful about it too, and it's like you can get people to understand where you're coming from, and then people, like, just get people to like know your POV, and then people can also get to like express and show like their POV of like how you see things differently and how you feel this and a bunch of other things. Like, as long as you're communicating about it, then there's no reason to like get into arguments. There's no reasons for like drama or just, you know, getting upset, even if it's activities that you've participated in and you've agreed to do, and it's like things still went wrong, or if it's like when it came to content or just chilling and just trying to have a good time. And I'm not going to put blame on you, but I do want you to acknowledge the mistakes that you have done, and I'm glad you have been doing that more now. Like, in the call, how you've acknowledged like the Hasman Hotel situation, how you came off at Vasily's, and I'm glad that you've done that, and I'm glad that you're learning from your mistakes now. Like, it's good to learn, and then you also have to like
make up for it and apologize, and then just, you know, communicate with that person, and then all said and done, everything will be all right, and then there's no drama. And I know that you feel like sometimes you haven't had the best of help, but I can guarantee you I've done all I could, and I've already given you all the advice I can and hoped, and you could take all of it as you will, but I've already done my part, and I'm ready to move on. Like, despite all many challenges that you have going on, probably still to this day, like, you have to learn how to get through those challenges and just to motivate yourself and just improve as a human being just in general. And if you need help sometimes, that's okay. You have people that can guide you, but some things you might have to go through alone, and then you have to figure out on your own. So, like, make sure you're very open to that. Now, as for all your friends, those who care about you and help you and support you, make sure, and no matter how many friends you got, like, make sure you treat your friends equally in the same way how you want to be treated and not negatively. Even if it's like, if you don't understand humor, their personality, and everything else, it's like, don't like try to say or encourage them in a way that you dislike them for that. Well, maybe not encourage, but discourage them for that. And then don't like try to always go harsh off a person when they like are getting to like explore, you know, getting to know one another. It's important to always get to know one another before, you know, you get off to a bad start. So I hope that one day you could recognize that. And as long as you keep learning from your mistakes and then you're just improving on your well-being and everything, that's good. Now, I do wish you the best, Tommy. Now, even though, like I said, the moments where things haven't really got good between us, and even though we've had positive moments, yes, it still didn't really feel like a friendship between us. It just felt more like an acquaintance type thing, or just two people just spending time with the others and then just doing activities. So yeah, that's just all I have to say. But despite how at times you came off negative towards me, I'm not gonna hold anything against you, and I don't even want to come off you negatively. All I just want to say is that I wish you the best in your life, and I hope things will get better for you, and I hope whatever it is you're doing now, whatever you plan to do in your life, I wish you all the best. I want you to take care of yourself, and as for this last piece of advice I'm giving you and the rest of the advice I gave you for 3 years, like I said, take that how you will. But other than that, it was nice getting to know you, Tommy. Now, before we end this discussion, there are other things that I feel like people might ask, and this is what I've been asked before, and like things I've been told or recommended. So the first thing is, will the group ever come back? And I'm gonna be real with you. No, it's done permanently. The GMC, the gaming meme cord, is officially done. It is dead, like dead, gone forever, moved on. Now, before we had like decided to like end it there though, and then I had to like make the final decision as well, it's like people have asked me why not just keep it at a limit of certain people and just continue from there. We've done that multiple times, but even if we did try doing it again, it would not be the same. And then especially how the channel was also like dying down, you know, like nothing ever just felt the same. And if you don't know what I mean stuff like activity wise, communication wise, being there for one another, like the favoritism, the egos, all these issues that have been like going on. It's just like at this point it was not going to be the same, even if we had like removed some people. But even if I had like removed some people and kept it at a certain limit, then there would probably been that complaint as if I'm the one that's either playing favorites, or as if I'm the one that's like about to start replacing people, and then that's where it would have gone even more, you know, argumentative. But that's just like hypothetical, so I don't know what would have happened even if we did continue but keep it at a limit.
all I just noticed that would not be the same, or it would not be any different, especially since like how things were very much, like I said, dying down. And then as for things I would have done different before, so yeah, this was the whole discussion about why the GMC ended and all the stuff that was going on. So because usually when it comes to like me doing discussion videos, like sometimes I get lost in my headspace, but I still try to stay on topic as much and still explain like what's going on, any updates, or like what's happened so far. I still try to do that. So yeah, so that was the whole discussion of why the GMC ended. So my final thoughts about it, well, I don't really have any thoughts. Well, the thoughts I did have before is just being like upset and just how things have just ended, and then people tell me like this was bound to happen, this was gonna happen eventually, or the channel was gonna die, it was gonna split, etc, etc, and then just jokes about, you know, GMC, yada yada yada. Like it's just, at this point I felt like the thing that I've created, especially for others, is like now something I'm probably gonna regret for the rest of my life. And then it's like I already know it makes it even me feel like more negative towards myself, because starting a thing with like the amazing community and a good amount of people, even if some had behavior or anger issues, like just going through things, see my final how I feel about it now, I just completely moved on. So now that the group is done for, I'm going to continue with doing my own thing as a content creator. I'm gonna stick to being solo. I don't think I'll ever do another group channel. Well, I will still do collabs even with people who are in groups, but as for like being part of a group officially or creating another group, I really don't know. I don't even want to think about that right now. I'm just gonna stick to doing things solo. Might do a few collabs here and there, and just stick to doing basically my own thing, and then trying to just balance my life outside of YouTube and streaming, and just getting my life together. And then I'm gonna definitely try to get back into uploading more and streaming more whenever I can. Right now it's just a lot to think about and balance. I do want to say, for those who have supported me, for those who have helped me, even my friends that have supported and helped me in the group and in the community, and try to help me handle situations that were going down or going bad, I am thankful for them. And as for the people that I've ended my friendship with, I just want to say, and if they even encounter this or watch this, I just wish you the best in your life. I wish I could have done more to help you, even though I did, but it's just been like a cycle thing that's been happening. So I'm just now just doing what's best for me, and then just trying to like take care of myself, because as much as I help others, I can't always hold people's hands for them, because some things they just have to figure out for themselves and handle, and just, you know, learn from their mistakes. I've made that even clear once, well, not once, actually twice, and hopefully they eventually understand one day. If not, then they most likely are going to learn it the hard way in life, if no one else is going to tell them this. But one person will definitely say it. I'll just also list my other final thoughts, but I'm gonna just stop right here. So thank you all for listening to this discussion, and yeah, I will see you all in peace. Bye everyone.